just for one day. We can be heroes just for one day. And you can be me. And I'll drink all the time. 'Cause we're lovers, and that is a fact. Yes, we're lovers, and that is that. For nothing will keep us together. We could steal time just for one day. We can be heroes ever, ever. What you say? I wish you could swim like dolphins, can swim. Though nothing will keep us together. We can beat them forever and ever. Oh, we can be heroes just for one day. in me. All things ain't what they used to be. No, no. Where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. No, no. Oil wasted on the oceans and upon our seas, fish full of mercury. Oh, oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. No, no. Radiation underground and in the sky. Animals and birds who live nearby die. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. What about this overcrowded land? How much more we use from man? Can she stay? Oh,
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Berrigan Perea, and welcome to Where the Future Flows, Next Generation Visioning for the Delta. Tonight and tomorrow, you'll be participating in a symposium centered on visioning the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta's future. It was designed by our Next Generation staff. They created this event's content with our climate water advocate team and next generation leaders from San Francisco Baykeeper, Save California Salmon, MBK Engineering, Black Ermine Farmers, Post, the Delta Stewardship Council, Edible Schoolyard, Little Manila Rising, the University of North Carolina, Public Health Advocates, Edge Collaborative, and the San Joaquin County Historical Museum. We want to thank our sponsors whose support has allowed for the training and outreach that has culminated with this event. And our sponsors include the James Irvine Foundation, Mosaic Momentum, Environment Now, Edge Collaborative, Reinvent Stockton Foundation, Patagonia, the San Joaquin County Foundation, the Cortopassi Family Foundation, Brachini Farms, and the AG Spanos companies. Restore the Delta sees our Delta water challenges as a workforce and community development opportunity. Climate change adaptation is a chance for our region to bring a diverse, well-educated, and young group of leaders to the table to protect and restore the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta estuary for the benefit of all Californians. This magnificent estuary is a diamond in the rough. It is worthy of investment, and so are its people. All the presenters at this symposium represent the best of our region. They rely on science, sound public policy, law, economics, and history to formulate their work. And they recognize that they are drawing from the work of their elders while navigating a changing future where they will have to make the world their own. To that end, please join me in watching the short video produced by our climate water advocate, Haley Flanagan, featuring our Delta Science Coordinator, Spencer Fern, in his visit with Delta Elder John Marias. After that video, you will see another video put together by our climate water advocates team, a primer on the Delta. And then Artie Valencia will take over with the climate and just transition panel. Last, I want to congratulate all the panelists, all of our new staff who has worked so diligently on this, really for making a first-rate event. Thank you. Have a great symposium.
I'm not getting any sound on my side.
You're not getting any sound?
Mm-mm.
Okay, let's see. Sorry about this, folks. There we go. We'll hear it now.
That is what the river is collecting. That's why there'll be a 100-year flood next time we have any kind of water. It's John Marias, which is spelled M-O-R-A-I-S. What else you need to know? My first real boat that I owned myself was in 1953, I believe it was. No, 1951.
You see happening if we did get hit with that flood?
Well, this island, this is Tyler Island over here, okay?
Mhm.
This island has flooded before. I think it was 93 it flooded. And so the home across the street there had 8 feet of water in it. Juicy's was closed. All the businesses along the road were closed. So it affects a lot of people, plus the homes. I mean, it's disaster. You know, I've seen floods here in the 50s, but we had a lot of dip. Now we don't have the dip, and so you can imagine, you know, I mean, when I know what I imagine because I lived through the floods of the 50s and the 70s and 90s. It's just going to get worse. It has to. They have to do something. When I had my marina, I couldn't take the silt out underneath the slips without putting it up on land and making sure there's no mercury in it. If there was any mercury, I'd have to take that load of silt to Idaho or somewhere.
Another community that would be affected by a flood from all this silt buildup. That's just from moving around the weeds.
What do they want to do? Put a pipe in?
Yeah, tunnel down.
Yeah. I mean, sending more water south, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's totally ridiculous. So those are the kind of issues you're fighting with the state.
Awesome. So before we play this next video, we just wanted to let everyone know that this was previously recorded, and there are going to be some portions that mention a QR code, but we will be excluding those this evening. So without further ado, let me go ahead and get this started with sound this time. I promise.
Welcome, we're Restore the Delta. I'm Mackenzie Owens and currently a climate water advocate.
Hi everyone, my name is Aluchi and I'm also a climate water advocate.
Hi everyone, I am Samantha Little and I am also a climate water advocate.
Hello everyone, my name is Julian and I am also a climate water advocate as well.
Today we'll be presenting about our organization and topics that correlate with the work we do surrounding the themes of water and environmental justice. This is our agenda outline, highlighting the subjects we will be discussing throughout the presentation. Some of this includes historical and ecological background, water quality, and equity. First off, what is Restore the Delta? Established in Stockton in 2006, Restore the Delta is a grassroots initiative led by residents and community groups to ensure the restoration of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, and has been campaigning through the means of outreach and public education with over 75,000 followers in California. Our ultimate goal is to improve water quality for environmental justice communities and reconnecting residents to their waterways. To note, the U.S. EPA defines environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, national origin, or income with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Now, we'll be covering some background about the Delta to get a better understanding of the land. Historical and ecological background. Centuries ago, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta system was a freshwater, tidal marshland that was home to hundreds of endemic animal species and expansive habitat supported numerous indigenous peoples. During the Gold Rush era, European colonizers affected land and disenfranchised marginalized people such as Chinese immigrants who helped design and build the delta levees and the indigenous people of those areas. Near the beginning of the 20th century, the once previously land covered with wetlands was transformed into an agricultural hub and growing population of the state of California. I'll pass it over to Aluchi.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Now we will move on to the ecological background of Delta animals. The Delta is home to over 800 native species. Many are endemic to the Central Valley of California. The definition of endemic we are using today is native and restricted to a certain place. With 55 fish species and 750 plant and animal species calling the Delta home, it is inferred that their natural habitats must be protected in a way that benefits both humans and non-human species. Next slide, please. Here are various Delta species of interest. First, we have the Delta smelt, California tiger salamander, Chinook salmon, North American river otters, common and giant garter snakes, double-breasted cormorant, turkey vulture, Central Valley steelhead, greater sandhill cranes, Valley elderberry longhorn beetle, and the logger shrike. Many of these species are listed as endangered, and there's many more that are threatened due to the lack of conservation implementation. Next slide, please. The Delta is one of the few migration corridors for winter migrating birds in Northern California. Some of the species that migrate through the Delta are the Canadian geese, sandhill cranes, Swainson's hawk, tundra swan, and short-eared owl. Without consistent migration corridors or stopover sites available to migrating avian species, they can be pushed to migrate at inopportune times or to compete with other species for their specific sites. Next slide, please. Many delta species help our local agriculture either by assisting in pollinating or pest management. Bees, butterflies, bats, and some bird species help out farmers as pollinators for crops and surrounding plants. Birds, bats, spiders, and other various insects assist in pest management. Some of our local insect species that assist agriculture are the valley elderberry longhorn beetle, ladybugs, praying mantis, green lacewings, ground beetle species, and bees. Many of the Delta's native and endemic species work hand in hand with agriculture as the role of pollinators and natural pest management. Now I'll pass it on to Sam.
Thank you, Aluchi. Next, we are discussing the tribal communities of the Delta. There are many tribal groups that rely on the Delta for sustenance, medicine, transportation, subsistence, spiritual practice, ceremonial purpose, among many other reasons. For many tribal peoples, the Delta was and still is a part of their identity, where they learn their traditional knowledge and cultural practices from the time before colonization. However, this has been put under constant threat due to forced tribal removal from their ancestral waterways, degradation of the waterways from privatization of land, and lack of water quality review from the state water board, subsequent climate change, along with the state outsourcing water to big ag. It leaves little water rights to tribal peoples, especially if they are not federally recognized. When the Delta is disregarded and abused, tribal groups are the ones who are directly threatened. Next slide, please. Many tribes and their cultures are present in California. Each community has its own traditions and spoken languages. These lists are not comprehensive that I'm providing. People are still actively researching the extent of reliance on the Delta among California tribes. It is still an evolving research for substantial historical data. Some of the groups who have direct ties to the Delta are the Miwok, Yokuts, Patwin, and the Nisenan. An important resource the Delta provided was the Chinook salmon, used for sustenance and spiritual practice. Local, state, and federal organizations have mostly failed to involve area tribal experts as stakeholders in the creation and execution of stewardship plans when it comes to water. Next slide, please. Next, I'll be discussing the tribes that have connections to the Delta watersheds. These include Winnemucwintu, Buena Vista Rancheria, Conco Madu, Yana, and Wapa are some of the tribes that have connection to the Delta's watersheds. Every part of the landscape's natural elements is known to have a function, and that function is organized for a purpose, especially throughout our Delta regions. The optimal approach of enhancing natural ecosystems may involve intervention that incorporates indigenous management as a process. Such indigenous management in the context of the Delta may be crucial to enabling ecosystem and species recovery, setting the Delta on a path to become more resistant to environmental change, especially predicted sea level rise. For closing, I want to give thanks to the people who have lived on this land for time immemorial. Next slide, please. Here, this is a map that shows the native land you may be on. This is not an official map and is a work in progress by the community. It's a tool to give context to the previous slides and put into perspective whose land you are on. So if you'd like, you can scan this and it should tell you. We can wait a couple moments. Okay, next slide, please. Next, I'm going to be discussing sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture is the practice of farming in a way that satisfies society's current demands for food and textiles without risking the ability of present or future generations to meet their own needs. It might be founded on knowledge of ecosystem services. By eliminating harmful fertilizers that leak into runoff water and harm the ecosystem, sustainable agriculture has the power to drastically reduce water pollution. This water pollution contributes to HABs, microplastics, and degradation of nutrients in the water. Sustainable agriculture supports the environment by maintaining soil quality, lowering erosion, and saving water. Central Valley and the Delta farmers discharge the least agricultural runoff in the Delta. They are the cleanest because they fear being reprimanded through penalty fees. Most of the runoff in the Delta comes from upstream farmers. Next slide, please. Here, I will be discussing some of the basic goals of sustainable agriculture. Some of these basic goals of sustainable agriculture are environmental health, economic profitability, and social and economic equity. These include rotating crops and embracing diversity, planting cover crops and perennials, reducing or eliminating tillage, applying integrated pest management, and adopting agroforestry practices. Some strategies for restoring the Delta's agricultural lands include gathering data from local urban farmers to help them meet their needs, educating local farmers on the importance of carbon sequestration, looking for future generation of farmers and educating them so that they can take upper managerial roles in local farms. These projects will help reduce the amount of community impact when there is a food shortage, like what Stockton and Ileton saw in 2020 with COVID-19. Next slide, please. Okay. Next, we're going to be discussing water quality and RTD's agenda. Cyanobacteria are often grouped with algae, but they are actually bacteria. Cyanobacteria is microscopic, photosynthetic, prokaryotic, and can potentially produce toxins. Harmful algal blooms, also known as HABs, are a large and rapid accumulation of cyanobacteria found in fresh or salt water. They often are the result of human activity. Not all algae blooms are cyanobacteria, and I will talk more about that in a moment. Scientists know that environmental conditions trigger HABs, such as warmer water temperatures during summer, excess nutrients with sunlight, and low water flow causing limited mixing, but we are still learning more about why HABs occur. As climate change gradually warms the Earth's climate, scientists expect HABs to become more frequent, wide-ranging, and severe. There are a plethora of reasons why we should be concerned about HABs, with equity being one of the highest in priority. In Stockton, it is common to see HABs in most waterways in early summer months. We test for HABs to monitor the levels of toxicity in environmentally neglected areas. When you spot a HAB, be cautious of pets, children, or elderly nearby due to their sensitivity to HAB toxins from either being ingested, touched, or inhaled. Pets can die from ingesting a HAB. It can cause gastrointestinal illness as well as liver damage for humans. Next slide, please. Here I included different ways to identify HABs, either in appearance, color, and odor. You can look at it for a moment. Next slide, please. This is all available on the State Water Resources Control Board. Okay, so benthic HABs grow usually as mats along bottom substrate in rivers or streams, attaching to sticks and rocks, while planktonic HABs occur in water columns in lakes or reservoirs. So if you look at these photos right here, you can see that benthic kind of attached to logs or at the bottom in mats, and then planktonic is more of grassy film floating. And we'll get into that a little bit more. Next slide, please. Okay, so to get a good understanding of HABs, let's guess which one of the photos shows a harmful algal bloom. I'll give you a minute to look at it. It's a little tricky. Okay, let's see which one is a HAB. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first photo is of harmless green algae. The second photo shows a potentially toxic, harmful algal bloom. What type of HAB do you think it is? Give you a moment. It's a benthic HAB because, as you can see, it's attached to the stream or riverbed instead of floating in the water. Learning how to identify what is safe and unsafe will take time. You can always go to the State Water Resources Control Board for more information, along with posting signs that alert the public in your area about the dangers of that specific waterway. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to be discussing microplastics. When discussing water quality, it's important to highlight microplastics. Microplastics are also a rising concern in the Delta waterways. They are tiny bits of plastic smaller than 5 millimeters. Their small size exempts them from most current regulations, but makes them difficult to filter out or remove once they are in aquatic ecosystems. Microplastics enter the environment through human use of plastic products. Plastic doesn't decay, it just breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces. Microplastics are being detected everywhere, and the public is concerned, prompting action at local, federal, and state levels. A June 2019 study by the University of Victoria in Canada estimated that microplastic consumption by people ranges from 39,000 up to 121,000 particles when inhalation is considered. Toxic effects of microplastics include oxidative stress, inflammatory lesions, and enhanced absorption. Several studies have shown that metabolic abnormalities, neurotoxicity, and an elevated risk of cancer can occur in humans. There is a growing concern that needs to be addressed by assessing our plastic consumption. Next slide, please. And I will be handing it off to Mackenzie.
Thank you, Sam. So now we're going to be discussing flood risks in Stockton. Stockton is a community that has seen floods before, but today we face more dangers than ever before. First, why are we susceptible to flooding? So some of the main current flood hazards include: one, our current levee systems are not built to keep water from overflowing our streets and damaging critical buildings and homes. Another concern is subsidence. The effects of subsidence include damage to buildings and infrastructure, increased flood risk in low-lying areas, and lasting damage to groundwater aquifers, and aquatic ecosystems. And lastly, one of the other main concerns is not enough reservoir space. So how does climate change play a role in flooding? So to note, drought and flood are two sides of the same coin. California's highly variable climate settings project less frequent but more extreme daily rain as year-to-year precipitation becomes more volatile and the number of dry years increases. Additionally, as the climate continues to warm, atmospheric rivers will carry more moisture and extreme precipitation will increase drier seasonal conditions and more flash flooding. Climate change as a whole will impact the delta in various ways, such as reduced freshwater flow, reduced runoff in the delta watershed, extreme flood events, and warmer water temperatures. Next, we have probability and effects. By the time today's kindergartners start retiring, over 1 in 5 Delta residents will be flooded in a given year. It is seldom that communities recover from flood, and in Stockton's case, a catastrophic flood would ruin any chances of revitalization efforts. Bad infrastructure maintenance, levee failure, and sea level rise, along with other factors, contribute to extreme flooding in Stockton. In 2018, an estimate of more than 235,000 are at risk from levee failure in the Stockton area. Additionally, 17,000 homes in the Van Buskirk area are also at risk from levee failure. To note, this will primarily impact communities of color. Now we'll be going over some solutions for flood threats. First, floodplain restoration is proven to help absorb floodwaters before they hit Stockton. So first off, we have the San Joaquin Area Flood Control. They are currently working on a multi-benefit flood projects that will improve levee systems by incorporating preventative flood infrastructure. Next, we have the Mid-San Joaquin River multi-benefit floodplain projects. In order to reduce flood risk, the floodplains upstream on the San Joaquin River must be restored. These projects have broad benefits beyond flood risk reduction, including groundwater recharge, habitat restoration, increased recreational opportunities, and nature-based carbon sequestration. The last main project is Paradise Cut. This project in the Delta is needed to allow floodwaters to drain away through Delta channels. And last but not least, getting the public involved in decision-making and connecting them to our waterways and mission is crucial for driving these projects forward. Now we'll be discussing Restore the Delta's role in these So first we have repurposing Van Buskirk. Restore the Delta plans to facilitate community recreation and levee infrastructure improvement through data collection and community education outreach. Ultimately, we want input from the community to implement your ideas into this project, as it will be community-led by South Stockton leaders and residents. In regards to harmful algal blooms, at Restore the Delta, we run water tests to measure levels of HABs with the support of the Region 5 Water Board. These tests will point out factors that need mitigation, wastewater treatment point sources, air quality, non-point sources from pesticides, and increasing areas of low water flow to prevent algal blooms from forming. And I'll be passing it off to Julian.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Hello, everyone. So in this section, we are going to be elaborating on the topic of equity. So what does equity mean? I'm sure many of you guys have heard us talking about equity and equality, but what really is equity, right? So the definition of equity is the quality of being fair and impartial. So it ensures that everyone has access to the same treatment, opportunities, and advancement. And it really aims to identify and eliminate the barriers that prevent the full participation and potential of some groups. So although it is synonymous with the word of equality, it does differ in the sense that equality means that you're providing the same means for all. And while that is nice, equity does really address and acknowledge the notion that certain individuals and communities are often more disadvantaged than others and might need a little bit of help. Next slide, please. So we have our indicators of inequities. So a generalized indicator of inequity within communities is typically race, and this is displayed within these two charts. So in the chart on the left-hand side, I'm going to call that chart 1. In chart 1, we see that there's a generalized composition of both the top 10 of least impacted neighborhoods, which will be on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, you'll see the top most impacted neighborhoods. The blue indicates the white population, and the orange represents the people of color, or what we also like to call them, the people of the global majority population. On the right-hand side, which is chart 2, we can see here that the same, so the blue will be an indicator for the white population, and all the other colors are indicators for different races. So we can see here that there's an increase of disadvantages due to an increase in the minority populations. So what that means is that generally in communities that are primarily white, you're not going to see as many disadvantages. And also that is also a very high indicator of how environmentally vulnerable these communities are that have that large global majority presence. So why is this important, and why am I telling you this? To help you as the audience visualize how these communities are impacted by all the things that we have previously spoken about. And data is significant in the sense that it can help you understand and picture the communities that you might be not as familiar with. Next slide, please. So I want you to take a moment to go ahead and absorb the information on here. So our next couple of slides will have the same format and kind of just absorb it. So the data here that we selected to utilize for this presentation is from the California Development Department, and we selected the year of 2020 for two specific reasons. So the U.S. Bureau of Census that conducts this census every year is released and edited every 5 years. So this is for 2020. And also the economic downturn due to COVID-19 pandemic was a major reason why we also selected this time point because this highlighted the disparities of how disasters can impact Delta communities unproportionally. So this is the state of California. And on here, you can see a generalized racial breakdown. So you'll see here that California is about 41.2% white individuals. The remainder is the global majority. But we do have a rather large presence of the Latinx community at 39.4%. And our general population is about 40 million individuals. You also see that the unemployment rate is 9.7% and the average household income is $78,672 per year. And you generally have about 3.5 individuals out of 10 that will have a bachelor's degree or higher. And also major indicators, also our population that does experience poverty. So that's at 12.6% at roughly about 5 million individuals in California. And I want you to kind of think about this information because the next few cities will be cities in California in our Delta community, and we'll do some comparisons, okay? Next slide, please. Okay, so our first county here is going to be Contra Costa County, and this is for the city of Antioch. So if you take a look at the city of Antioch, they do have the lowest number of individuals that have a bachelor's degree, and that will be alongside Vallejo. So that's 2 out of 10 individuals that will have a bachelor's degree or higher. So it's much lower than 3.5 in California, right? So you can see that how that can impact it. But surprisingly, they also have the highest average household income, even compared to California. Next slide, please. The next county we have is Sacramento County, and we have the city of Sacramento. And here you can see that they have the second highest percentage of white individuals at 40.3%. And if we take a look at our indicators of inequities, usually because there's a higher rate of white individuals in the population, that usually will also reflect that there will be a higher percentage of individuals with a bachelor's degree or more, which is true. So of all of these cities that you'll see here, Sacramento has the highest rate at 3.5 out of 10 individuals with higher education. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you have a higher education, you also have more opportunities available for you and a higher paying job, which also means that you'll just experience less disparities and hardships, right? Okay, next slide, please. Okay. And our next county will be San Joaquin County, and this is Stockton, California. So Stockton is very special to us because this is where we are from. But Stockton also experiences a lot more disparities in comparison to their Delta community counterparts. So you'll see here that they do have the lowest percentage of white individuals, which appropriately reflects the indicators of inequities. As you see here that they have, they don't have the lowest, but they do have a very low number of individuals with a bachelor's degree at 2.5. So it's a little bit above Vallejo and Antioch, but it still could be a little bit better. And they have actually the lowest average household income in comparison to all their counterparts. They also have the highest percentage of individuals in poverty. So that's at 16.8%. And they also have the highest percentage of individuals who identify as Latinx at 44.1%. So you see that that is a pretty accurate depiction when you're looking at the indicators of inequities. And I would also like you to reflect on some of the issues that we previously mentioned that Stockton faces, such as flood control issues. So all of these issues will really come to light if those issues are not fixed, and a lot of people here will suffer disproportionately. And these statistics are causation and results of historic and current socioeconomic disadvantages that Stockton faces in comparison to its other counterparts. Next slide, please. So next we have Solano County with Vallejo, and it has one of the lowest rates of individuals that have a bachelor's degree alongside Antioch, like I previously mentioned, meaning that the individuals here are a lot less likely to have higher paying jobs and decreased job security as well. Next slide, please. And this is our last city. In Yolo County, we have Rio Vista City. So it does have the smallest population and has the highest racial percentage of white individuals, but it also has the lowest rate of individuals who are Latinx. But it does differ in terms of the indicators of inequities, because you actually see here that it does have a higher rate of individuals with a bachelor's degree, not as high as Sacramento at 3.5, but 3 out of 10 is still quite high. But unfortunately, they do also have the highest, one of the highest rates of unemployment at 17.4%, and that's far exceeding their other counterparts. So in some ways it does follow the trend, in some ways it doesn't. So I would like to acknowledge that this data can be very overwhelming to digest in one sitting. However, what we really want you to take away from this is a perspective, or really to have that picture of those communities that have historically and currently been impacted negatively. So this data also is meant to display how cyclical that these patterns are, but your help can significantly and positively impact these and many more of our Delta communities. And I'll pass it on to Mackenzie.
Thank you, Jillian. So as we begin to wrap up, I'd like to kind of go over how to protect the Delta. So the Delta is an essential part of not only the local Northern California water system, but also the whole state. It's vital to advocate for the Delta in order to continue to improve water quality and conditions for public recreation, farming, consumption, and conservation. First, you can stay informed via signing up for email alerts and updates, along with keeping up to date with water news and related Delta water issues and sharing them with your social media network. One of the most important things is attending and/or organizing others to show up at your water board and district meetings, whether that is in person or virtual. A few important meetings to keep your eyes on are the Delta Stewardship Council, the State Water Resources Control Board, Santa Clara Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District. If you're interested in getting involved, you're welcome to contact info@restorethedelta.org for inquiries. These are some of our QR codes. You're welcome to scan them for our social media, website, and newsletter sign-ons. Give you one more second. All right. We would like to thank everyone for coming out and participating today. Reminder to take care of your Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta.
We're going to be moving into taking a break right now. So the next panel starts at 5 o'clock, correct?
I thought we would take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back if the panel's ready.
Okay.
But then we're a little early, everyone.
Okay, so that's unusual for an event
Yeah.
like this. So let's start at 4:55.
Perfect. Let me get this break up.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mama. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama, only attracted to things that bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all. People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. Can you practice what you preach? And would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
It just ain't the same, always in change. New days are strange, is the world insane? If love and peace is strong, why are the pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs, chemical gases filling lungs of little ones with ongoing suffering as the youth are young. So ask yourself, is the loving really gone? So I can ask myself, really what is going wrong in this world that we living in? People keep on giving in, making wrong decisions, only visions of them dividends. Not respecting each other, denying thy brother. A war's going on, but the reason's undercover. The truth is kept secret, it's swept under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. What's the love, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the truth, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the love, y'all?
People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach, would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? 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 Where is the
I feel the weight of the world on my shoulder. As I'm getting older, y'all people get colder. Most of us only care about money making. Selfishness got us following the wrong direction. Wrong information always shown by the media. Negative images is the main criteria. Infecting the young minds faster than bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinema. Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. Lack of understanding leading us away from unity. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling under. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling down. It's no wonder why sometimes I'm feeling under. Gotta keep my faith alive till love is found. Now ask yourself,
Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love?
sing with me, y'all.
One word, one word. We only got one word, one word. That's all we got. One word, one word. There's something wrong with it. Something's wrong with it. Something's wrong with the good word. Yeah, we only got one word, one word. That's all we got. One word, one word.
Skin just like pearls, the best thing in the world. Never trade it for anybody else in the brown skin girl. The skin just like pearls, the best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else singing.
She says she really grew up poor like me. Don't believe in nothing but the Almighty. Just a little jeans and a pure whitey. She never dreamed forever be nobody wifey. Yeah. She wanna mean a pretty but your heart is a mess. Playing like a villain cause she caught in a web. Tonight I am walking away. 9 to 5 mine and I grind. Tonight I might fall in love. Depending on how you hold me. I'm glad that I'm calming down. Can't let no one come control me. Keep dancing and call it love. She fights it by falling slowly. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told me. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. Your back against the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Pose like a trophy when Naomi's walking. She need an Oscar for that pretty dark skin. Pretty like Lupita when the camera's closing. Drip broke the levee when my killer's rolling. I think tonight she might break her braid. Melanin too dark to throw her shade. She owns her business and winds her waist. Go like 24K. Okay. Tonight I might fall in love. Depending on how you hold me. I'm glad that I'm calming down. Can't let no one come control me. Keep dancing and call it love. She fighting but falling slowly. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told me. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. Your back against the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Oh, have you looked in the mirror lately? Wish you could trade eyes with me. Cause there's complexities in complexion, but your skin is glow like diamonds. Dig me like the earth you be giving birth. To everything alive, baby, know your worth. I love everything about you, from your nappy curls to every single curve, your body natural. Same skin that was broken, me, same skin taking over. Most things out of focus view, but when you're in the room, they notice you. Cause you're beautiful. Yeah, you're beautiful. Them and them gon' fall in love with you in all of your glory. Your skin is not only dark, it shines and it tells your story. You dance and they can't control you. They watch and they all adore you. If ever you are in doubt, remember what mama told you. Brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. Your back against the wall. I never trade you for anybody else. Say brown skin girl, your skin just like pearls. The best thing about the world. I never trade you for anybody else. Say
Skin girl, skin just like pearls. Best thing in the world. I never trade you for anybody else singing.
Hi everyone, my name is Arnie Valencia and I'm the Community Organizer and Government Liaison for Restore the Delta. Today at the Climate and Just Transition panel, we will have a variety of speakers from several backgrounds. First, I'd like to introduce Emily Papalardo, an MBK engineer, then Davis Harper, who is a project manager from Edge Collaborative. With us, we also have William Mutzenberg, who is the program manager at Public Health Advocates. And last but not least, we also have Mackenzie Owens and Aluchi Njoku, Restore the Delta's own climate water advocates. Today, this panel will be tackling the topic of the Delta in regards to climate change. The Delta is particularly a sensitive region to the impacts of climate change and is already an overburdened region with water pollution and urban air pollution challenges due to the lack of enforcement at the federal, state, and local government levels. The potential for significant floods, drought impacts, which include water quality and temperature, heat islands in the urban delta, and rural fire threats, are significant. This panel will investigate what panelists see as significant challenges in the urban and rural delta, and will discuss what should happen with mitigation. Going into this panel, if you have any questions, please type them in the chat, and we will answer them at the end in the order in which they're received. Now I'll hand it off to Emily Papalardo, who will answer the first set of questions.
Thank you, Artie. My name is Emily Papalardo. I grew up actually in the North Delta on Steamboat Slough. I work as an engineer now in the Delta because of that upbringing that I had. And my first question that I wanted to address was, when you think about climate change impacts for our region, what is your first area of concern? Now, I anticipate climate change impacts in our region to include more intense storms and more intense droughts. We can look at our last October where we had record-setting rainfall in a matter of 24 hours, yet we still are suffering from one of our worst droughts that we've seen in recent history. So my major concern for the Delta is water quality. Water quality and lack thereof can have negative impacts for our health, agriculture, native fisheries. It can increase invasive species and create more external pressures for large conveyance projects. This graph here shows the Delta outflow compared to exports. So the outflow is in blue. The downstream, the exports are in yellow. In Delta use is shown as green, is pretty constant. And upstream use is red. And you can also see where they've indicated that dry years are all in gray. So we get a good smattering of those over time. There's a variety of ways water quality can be impacted in the Delta, the greatest being a lack of freshwater runoff due to a dwindling snowpack when we need it most in the summer. During this time, water quality issues can be compounded in the event of a levee failure. A failure when there isn't sufficient outflow can cause a big gulf effect that will draw more saline water into the Delta. And once this water gets into the central and south Delta, it's pretty hard to get out. Let's go to slide 2, please. So this is a picture of a sunny day failure that happened in June of 1972 on Brannon Andrews Island. This failure resulted in the release of about 150,000 acre feet of stored water so that they could push back the salinity gradient to protect water quality for in-delta water use and for exports. Next slide, please. So speaking of pushing the salinity gradient back, this is one of my favorite images that I came across in the Delta Atlas. You can see the image on the left is showing historic salinity intrusion, and it came quite far into the Delta. I think one of the farthest lines is coming up all the way into Cortland and kind of covers a whole bunch of the Delta, which is pretty wild. But after the State Water Project, the image on the right, that salinity gradient was pushed back using fresh water releases upstream to support agriculture within and south of the Delta for exports. So let's go to the next slide, please. Here's a picture of Van Sickle Island. This is adjacent to one of the salinity control barriers that was constructed as a part of the State Water Project. And this island is actually at risk of overtopping from king tides. This one's down in the bottom west part of the Delta in the Sassoon Marsh. This picture is of the island's Sacramento River levee. It's actually right across from Pittsburgh, to give you guys some perspective on where it is. I should have had a map here, but this was some overtopping that happened during a king tide in June 2021. Thanks to a single person and some supreme flood fighting skills, this island has had close calls, but has not become inundated yet from a king tide. While we have such low outflow during this current drought, failure of this levee and inundation of this island could impact water quality in the Delta. Van Sickle Island is just one example. Every levee and island within the Delta works as a system. This system is critical to maintain water quality. While the levee system has been much improved since 1972 due to some very important programs such as the Delta Levee Subventions Program and special projects, there are still several weak links in the system that can really impact water quality. This Van Sickle may potentially being one of them. A substantial investment in the Delta Levee system would help protect water quality and create resiliency during intense atmospheric rivers. I can really remember about 3 floods in my lifetime that I experienced: 1997, 2006, and 2017. These were big, but I've heard of stories and seen documentation of much bigger floods in this region. So while I believe that drought's here for the long haul, we are guaranteed to get another large flood. So it's critical that we invest in our Delta Levee infrastructure to protect against floods and protect water quality, which goes into my next question. What are the areas of concern that communities need to be aware of in terms of climate change impacts? And so kind of, I phrased the problem, and now it's like, now we've got to figure out how we respond to these issues. And that's what's really important and what we need to consider. Some of the current responses to water quality issues in the Delta can have impacts to our Delta community and ecosystem. So some of these measures that have been proposed is like this slide I'm showing here is temporary rock barriers that have been put in the Delta. This one is the West False River barrier, kind of in the central Delta, but there's 2 more proposed on Steamboat Slough and Miners Slough. You can see on the map on the left. Those will likely go in if this drought continues. I want to caveat that the West False River barrier has also helped water quality in the central and south Delta. But these are pretty reactionary measures and not really proactive. So when you have a situation like this and you have a drought, when there's a lack of surface water, folks start turning to groundwater and they continue to deplete our aquifers. We're never going to get that groundwater back. When we see that, we're going to have less snowpack and fresh water. I wonder why we're not really focusing on how we can reduce our reliance on places like the Delta and other strained water systems and emphasize a regional focus. Essentially, we've over-allocated our water supply in the Delta and beyond, and yet we're still trying to maintain a system that we can't sustain. Our supplies are stretched too thin. While I also plug a fix for the levee system, because I, engineer and grew up on a levee, I think we need a suite of solutions to change how we look at and treat water. Next slide, please. This slide is showing the solution for Delta water issues. To note, this has pretty much been the same idea for the last 40 years. So in 1982, we had the peripheral canal that was voted down. 2013, Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Water fix happened within that time. And now we are currently looking at the Delta Conveyance Project to see how we can manage water differently in the Delta. And actually, this idea was part of the original state water project. So the idea is much older. So I think now, since we've gone 40 years, we have smartphones, we've got the internet, we have such better technology. Why don't we have better solutions? We can use that technology to inform conservation and develop more storage and groundwater recharge strategies to capture those large flows when we get them, to help get us through these dry years. It's critical to the health of this region and beyond. So I think we're going to need a huge investment in infrastructure, and in my opinion, a lot of regional solutions that are geared towards replenishing our water quality and supply, not one that just moves existing water around the Delta. I hope that our generation can be part of that change to introduce some new ideas and perspectives on how to address water supply issues and climate change impacts to sustain us into the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emily. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. The question I'll be answering today is, does the Delta Tunnel help or hurt the Delta in terms of climate change impacts? First, I want to note that without the stressors of climate change, the Delta is considered a flood-prone region, as it is urban land containing low-lying agriculture that depends on a complex system of levees that were made years ago. Drought and flood are two sides of the same coin. The Delta Stewardship Council finds that as the climate warms, we will not only experience periods of intense heat, but also intense storms. Stockton is a port city surrounded by bodies of water with decaying levee systems that were built long ago before climate change and water diversion tactics. The levees will not withstand the pressure from the broadly underappreciated risk of severe floods. Data from UCLA scientist Daniel Swain reveals that the coming superstorm is a rapid procession of atmospheric rivers and will be the ultimate test of the current dams, levees, and bypasses in place. It is known that levee failures can also damage key features of the Delta ecosystem existing on heavily altered landscape, including managed wetlands. Additionally, levee failure could degrade Delta water quality if waters from the ocean rush into heavily subsided Delta islands, pulling higher salinity water in. The Delta Stewardship Council data also shows that California is already experiencing warmer temperatures, more extreme heat, harsher storms that increase flood risk, and rising sea levels. With the combination of these factors, there is a high probability that the intakes will become flooded. According to the Delta Stewardship Council Climate Vulnerability Assessment, 17,000 homes will be affected by flooding, and $28 billion in damages for critical buildings will ensue for the city of Stockton. Additionally, families living at Conway homes behind the levees are just one examples of communities that will be affected by this. The Delta tunnels will do nothing to solve these problems, but rather add to them through inducing reduced snowpack. 17% less runoff from reduced snowpack will cause dramatic changes in timing and the amount of river flows, which means that there will be dramatic changes to water resource system operations. To prevent toxic algal blooms in the Delta, more water will need to flush out of the system each summer to protect endangered species, drinking water supplies in the communities of the Delta. Spending $16 billion to build a tunnel that will only add to the issues and severity of climate change impacts is an improper use of our money and time. And that is not even including operational costs, which look to be more about $50 billion with interest. Instead, resources should be redirected to investments in mitigation projects that protect the quality of the San Francisco Bay Delta and flood improvements to protect its residents from future flooding. Now I'll hand it off to Davis.
Cool. Thanks, Artie. Hi, everybody. My name is Davis Harper, and my pronouns are he and him. For a little background on me, I was born and raised in Oakdale, and I transplanted to Stockton about 4 years ago. And I have a background in environmental journalism and climate advocacy. And I'm now focused on bringing Stockton climate projects to life with Edge Collaborative. So the question I'm taking a crack at tonight is, can you describe who and what will be impacted by climate change in the Delta? Thinking about things like economic impacts, housing, water quality, air quality, and other factors. And also discuss some of the mental health implications of climate work, working in the space. So the Northern San Joaquin Valley, and Stockton in particular, is facing a triple threat of extreme heat, drought, and air pollution. And some of the things I'm going to go over are probably going to be a little bit redundant. I think like Emily and Artie did a fantastic job covering some of the flood impacts. Coming back to extreme heat, the number of days every year that we see temperatures shoot over triple digits is anticipated to continue rising. So that's a serious concern for unhoused neighbors and families who are already struggling to pay utility bills. Air pollution compounds the heat problem, right? It's especially brutal for South Stockton neighborhoods in particular, which are home to Black and Brown communities predominantly, who have some of the most severe rates of respiratory conditions in the country from being sandwiched between freeways and industry. And the air gets even grosser when wildfires take off in dry seasons. The third threat in the trifecta is drought, right? As conditions keep getting drier and drier, ensuring equitable access to affordable, clean drinking water and food will continue to be a growing challenge for folks, especially in rural areas that are often more cut off from resources. On flood, for the folks whose homes were built in floodplains, where do they go when their home floods, right? And what if they don't have family to take them in? For one example, you can think of mothers in Stockton who are barely getting the bills paid. How are they going to afford a hotel to ride out the storm and the time that it'll take to repair their homes? So this is just a few examples of the kinds of issues we should be addressing as a region. And I want to highlight that the list of climate extremes is long, but importantly, so is the list of solutions. So we know we can't address climate change without changing how our economy functions. That means accounting for centuries of systemic disinvestment and exclusion of BIPOC and gender nonconforming people, of women, and of those with visible and non-visible disabilities. We can't build that vision for a future economy without addressing climate change. As young millennials and Gen Zers, we're probably going to spend the rest of our lives building resilience to devastating climate events. They're going to keep coming at us harder and faster. We'll see things and constantly have to adapt to our changing climate, right? Learning and modifying the best ways to protect a building from a flood, or how to grow food with the least amount of water and energy. If we're doing this right, we'll be innovating for the rest of our lives. But here's why we should be encouraged. As the federal government is pumping billions of dollars into climate projects, we can look at extreme heat, systemic poverty, flood risk, air pollution, drought, and other issues as opportunities to create quality jobs in the industries that our children and grandchildren will be working in one day. We can take pride in restoring communities, even with the shitty hand we've been dealt by super racist, sexist white men, unlearning internalized white supremacy, patriarchy, and imperialism every step of the way. When we see a vacant piece of land in downtown Stockton, we can get excited about what it could be, right? The next site for community-owned housing, a community garden, a grocery store, a park. When we see toxic algal blooms, we see blue-green sludge and garbage in our waterways, we can envision culturally sensitive programs that help folks relocate from the sloughs into permanent housing and have access to supportive services. We can imagine projects that use recycled wastewater to flush algal blooms out of the deep water channel and restore public access to waterways. We're totally disconnected from water in this community, and it's wild because we're on a delta. When we're facing triple-digit temperatures and air pollution from wildfires from weeks on end, we can think about all the trees and the green spaces we'll plant to catch the pollution and clean the air. We can think of the waterways we'll restore to cool down neighborhoods. The homes we'll retrofit and rebuild to withstand the heat with clean energy and backup battery storage. And we can think about the policies and the programs that we'll advocate for to reduce water and energy costs and pollution burdens for communities. And finally, the career pathways into quality jobs that will be needed to do all this resilience building work. So that's a lot, right? That's a lot to tackle. And this really brings me to the mental health part of the question. For young folks looking to work on climate issues, ensuring that our children and grandchildren have a safe future is not for the faint of heart, right? This work requires a tremendous amount of patience, acceptance of repeated failure, humility, empathy, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. It's a huge emotional burden, and it feels like we've been stripped of so many opportunities that generations before us had. And now we have to clean up the economic mess they put us in while the planet is on fire. So the cool thing about that, though, is that if we're the ones cleaning it up, that means we can also be the ones to write the next chapters in humanity's microscopic feeble existence. So I'd like to offer a public service announcement to young folks with the caveat that I acknowledge my privilege as a cis white male to pursue work that's fulfilling for me. And I own my responsibility to not just educate or advocate, but to empower folks who didn't grow up with the same opportunities. So first point, you can't do this alone. I really want to encourage people to find and build the network of people and places in your community that make you feel safe and empowered and who will support you in your vision and work. If you have the means, I encourage you to build wellness practices in your life that can make you feel calm and at ease. Things like meditating, going into nature, cooking, anything that can bring you peace. And it's true that we're up against so much and there's endless work to be done, but your mental and physical health should always come first. I repeat, your mental and physical health should always come first. Don't underestimate the power of good sleep, home cooked meals, plenty of water, even just like taking a walk around the block. Do things that make you happy. For me, it's making music and going hiking with my dog. Go out dancing, fall in love. You can acknowledge how temperamental our wobbly space rock is without compromising your dreams and your ability to enjoy the here and now as a 20-something-year-old. So the most important thing you can do is plug into the most important thing that you can do to plug into the climate movement is to learn how to love yourself if you haven't already. Didn't mean to turn this into like a pep talk, but just wanted to address like, this is gnarly work and folks need support systems. If you can do that while pursuing super fulfilling work that is of tremendous value to communities in the planet, then that sounds like a pretty worthwhile life. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Davis. Up next, we have a video from one of our climate water advocates who couldn't be here today, but she sent us a great video answering one of her questions. Very quickly, I am going to mention the question that she'll be answering today is, what are some possible mitigation projects that alleviate climate change impacts? Do they provide other benefits?
Hello, everyone. My name is Oluchi. I'm a climate water advocate here at RTD, and I'm so excited to be a part of this panel. Although I'm not there live with you all, I'm glad to be able to talk to you about climate change impact mitigation projects. Here are 3 examples of mitigation projects that help alleviate climate change impacts. We have renewable energy, electrification, and urban greening. Renewable energy are sources like solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal that are converted to become usable clean energy. Benefits of renewable energy are increases in economic and workforce development, lower CO2 emissions, and increases in energy savings. Electrification is a process of replacing technologies that directly use fossil fuels with electricity. For example, electrical vehicles and EV charging. Benefits of electrification are lower CO2 emissions, quieter operations, and decreases in energy costs. Urban greening refers to strategies that increase trees, parks, gardens, agriculture, forests, and other green and natural space in urban areas. Benefits of urban greening are decreases in urban heat islands, offsets to CO2 emissions, and decreases in urban runoff. Next slide, please. Moving on, here is one example of a climate change impact mitigation project happening right here in Stockton. The city of Stockton, along with its partners, have been awarded a $10.8 million Transformative Climate Communities grant to fund their proposed Stockton Rising projects. Here are 3 of those projects: solar installation, water energy efficiency upgrades, and tree planting. With the solar installation projects, the goal is to install solar systems on over 100 single-family and 4 multifamily homes, and create a green workforce development program directly to impact disadvantaged populations in the project area. The goal of the energy and water efficiency upgrades projects is to install energy and water efficiency devices like LED light bulbs and shower heads at no cost to residents. The goal of Urban Greening Tree Planting Project is to remove old tree stumps, plant approximately 1,750 trees to help revive Stockton's urban forest and provide tree maintenance. Click the link below to learn more about all the Stockton Rising projects and to see if you qualify to receive these free programs. With that, I pass it back to you, Artie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucci. Up next, we have William.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is William Mutzenberg. I am the program manager at Public Health Advocates for the Transformative Climate Communities program that Aluchi just provided some overview for. And so I'm really excited to be part of this amazing panel of young people that are working to address climate change in our region and especially how it impacts the Delta. And so I'm happy to answer a couple questions that were assigned to me. So I'll start off with the first one, which is, do you see state planning processes like TCC, which we've already gone over, green economy, et cetera, being enough for the Delta? And do these government programs fall short on water? And so the way that I see it right now is that these programs that are being implemented by this, being implemented by the state are a great starting point. They're a great kickoff, jumping off point, but we have to do more to address not just climate change, but climate resiliency, especially for our low income residents who are going to be facing the brunt of the climate, the impacts of climate change. Many people lack resources to weather the extreme heat that we've been seeing this year, especially, and is likely going to continue. And so what can we do to ensure that homes, not just in the Delta, but across California, are going to be able to handle the changes in climate, and making sure that we are looking at new, I wouldn't say new, but new, but probably new for the state, opportunities to really create changes that are going to make an impact for our communities. And so when I reference that, I think it's great that we have programs like TCC that are providing free resources such as the energy efficient appliances and solar installations. But we could do more to ensure that our communities are going to be able to weather these changes. And so, and especially as it comes to water, as Artie has already referenced, the tunnel project was a huge priority for former Governor Brown and now Governor Gavin Newsom. And so we know that the focus is to divert water away from our region and to supplement the water needs of Southern California, when we know that our aquifers are drying up, communities don't have access to clean water. And so we need to ensure that our communities are able to not just weather, but feel empowered to take back what is rightfully ours. And so I think we should definitely do more to advocate on behalf of our communities that we're serving, to advocate for policies at the state level that are going to represent our interests. And as Davis referenced, we're all young, most of us are young, and so we have so much ahead of us. And so we have an opportunity now to establish what is it that we're looking for in addressing in our communities, and how do we want our government to respond. And so we're not looking, what's going to line our pockets today and how is it going to benefit us in terms of economic benefits today, but looking at what's going to happen to our communities 10, 15, or even 20 years down the line, because in 20 years, when boomers and Xers start to pass away, we're still going to be left to clean up the mess that has been left behind for us. And so we have an opportunity now to really mobilize our generation and the next generation to demand changes that we want to see in our communities, and that our voices are just as valued. We may not be property tax owners, but we pay taxes, we pay into the system. And so we deserve just as much a right as everyone else who pays into it. Just because we're young, just because we may not own homes, doesn't mean that we're not impacted by these government policies. And so that kind of leads into my next question that I have, which is, do you think climate change impacts such as flooding and intense heat contribute to systems already in place that hurt marginalized communities? And how are EJ communities and climate change related? And what kinds of disadvantages do these communities face? And so climate change impacts definitely have, as I referenced, already contribute to the systems that are already in place. It's already hard enough for community members who are being squeezed at the gas pumps and on their utility bills to be able to take care of themselves when inflation is already is high, much less being able to handle extreme heat. When utility bills go up, it's going to become a life or death decision. Are you able to afford your utility bills when temperatures start to become not just 110, but 120, 125? What happens when communities experience flooding? I don't believe we have adequate flood insurance in this area, much less for low-income communities who, again, aren't going to be thinking about, well, if it's not flooding today, why do I need insurance? Those with means are already preparing, but those at the bottom don't have the resources or the planning that's going to help them. And so we're already seeing the impacts of this around the world. It's not a question of how, but when it's going to come to the United States. And so we need to make sure that, again, we're advocating to shore up our communities to handle the oncoming changes that we're seeing that's going to come to our communities. And so I'm really excited for the potential that our panelists present to us, and what we can do as a collective to really lobby our local, state, and federal governments to address this issue. And so I hope that we can work together to draw down funding, even more funding, to shore up our levees, to protect our communities from flooding, and implementing new flood control measures that really enhance the science behind what the purposes of water changes and water tables, and then also looking at what we can do to ensure that our communities don't need to rely on heavy electricity use, so that our grid can withstand future potential strains. And so that's something that I think we need to look at, is how we can ensure that our grid is adaptable, but that we're not adding additional strains to it. And so what can we do to look at not just green energy, but reducing our energy consumption so that we can prepare for the future. And so this is something that we're all going to have to play a part in, and it's going to take a lot of dialogue, a lot of discussion, and a lot of empowerment, not just education, but empowerment from our community residents and our community constituents, so that they feel that their voices matter just as much when it comes to creating resiliency. And so with that, I'll pass it back to you, Artie, and thank you everyone for this opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, William. Up next, we have Mackenzie, our climate water advocate.
Thanks, Artie. Good evening. As already said, I'm Mackenzie. I'm a climate water advocate here at Restore the Delta. Today, I'll be discussing two questions that are a part of this panel. First, how do next generation circles find or learn about Delta climate challenges and/or solutions? What are the information sources? So this question is going to be a general overview of resources that people can have access to, whether in a physical sense or a virtual sense. First, I'd love to highlight advocacy groups as a resource. They are some of the most vital parts of progressing towards substantial change. For climate change, this involves mitigation efforts, raising awareness about policies that could harm the environment, and/or policies that can contribute to climate resiliency, science data collection, public educational outreach and engagement, and more. Bringing the community together to combat social or environmental justice issues is the foundation of what grassroots organizing does in this sense. Though to note, grassroots organizing and/or movements encompass any sort of political, economic, or social movement that uses collective action to bring change. Many of the organizations listed advocate for environmental justice issues, whether that involves water or air quality, protecting endangered species, drought, flood risks, and more. So we have Restore the Delta, which is what I'm a part of, EJ Stockton, short for Environmental Justice Stockton, Rise Stockton, Save California Salmon, San Francisco Beekeeper, Little Manila Rising, and more. So for example, here at Restore the Delta, we actively participate in local community concerns around climate change and environmental justice, such as in-depth research and planning on responses to the environmental impact report, like the Delta Conveyance or Delta Tunnel Project, or harmful algal bloom testing, which will be discussed more in depth on a separate panel. What I'm trying to highlight here is that many of the organizations on the ground are doing a lot of projects at once. There are plenty of ways to get involved and help, which in turn will help you to, will open you to various resources and opportunities to learn more about climate change in the Delta. Next slide, please. So before I start discussing the two other options, I'd like to kind of talk about and address information accessibility. So learning is not without barriers, particularly in the world of academia and research. There can be various hurdles that prevent those who are interested in learning more about climate change and other general topics. One example is not having access to research databases and thus not having access to studies and important data to relate back to climate change mitigation in some circumstances. Lacking plain language summaries is another example, which break down the topic of specialized jargon at hand, whether you know that's science jargon or legal information, or some people like to refer to as legalese, and make it easier to understand certain methods or ideas surrounding said topic or research. So the two other things Two other resources I'd like to point out is first government agencies. Those listed, like the California Environmental Protection Agency or the Delta Stewardship Council, have duties surrounding water management in some shape or form to help maintain climate change prevention to the best of their ability. Many of the Department of Facility websites contain reports, webinars, recorded board meetings, training resources, and program information on what is being conducted on water-related issues. As mentioned earlier, accessibility can be difficult at times without the right resources. Paywalls are another difficulty. These databases listed below are free and accessible for all. They vary from general environmental topics to environmental law. Of course, for these databases, I recommend searching up terms and phrases related to the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta for more specific information. So for example, Ecolex is the environmental law database, Green File is a general environmental base that you can use, and then the Natural Diversity Database is what hosts the majority of the California information about flora and fauna and other creatures and habitats. As I wrap up this section, I'd like to acknowledge that not everyone may have access to reliable internet or a computer at home, and would love to emphasize also utilizing our local libraries that are also a great educational resource to learn more about these topics discussed. Thank you. All right, so shifting over to our next and last question of the panel. What do we need to do and plan for in regard to local water use and state water exports? I'll be starting with local first. As discussed by the Public Policy Institute of California, water management faces many difficulties as climate change continues to rise. This includes various effects such as reduced snowpack, shorter and more intense wet seasons, warming temperatures, erratic rainfall, and rising sea levels. In regards to local water usage, what is desperately needed is significant upgrades to local water systems to support consumption. This entails upgrades such as old plumbing and installing more low flow options. Water breaks are also another concern with losing water and can add up quickly in costs and repairs. Many water groups have suggested converting towards water break detection technology that would be installed underground. Most significantly, we should give finances for maintaining and modernizing deteriorating underground water distribution infrastructures. Another important focus on local water usage is water capture. Particularly, there has been a significant progress in stormwater capture as many California regions are incorporating stormwater systems for local water supply. Stormwater capture has many benefits such as reducing flooding, preventing harmful runoff into waterways, potentially recharging aquifers, and more. The Pacific Institute had a publication in April 2022 that explored water efficiency, water reuse, and stormwater capture strategies, and found that urban stormwater capture potential in the state ranges from 580,000 acre-feet in a dry year to 3 million acre-feet in a wet year in urban areas overlying public supply aquifers. Investing in infrastructures such as water capture systems can promote more conservation-friendly usage for all. Next, drought resistance. As we have faced droughts in the past few years, it's imperative to undergo drought-friendly renovations to our communities, whether that's in a personal sense or in a professional company sense. This includes landscaping and agriculture in particular, such as drought-resistant plants and crops, drought sprinklers, and or reduced watering, along with, most importantly, for the agricultural sector, drip irrigation. That wraps up our local water use. I'm going to be swapping over to state water exports. Our overarching goal is to reduce state water exports that are reliant on the Delta. One of the most important pieces of legislation for the preservation of the Delta is the Delta Reform Act of 2009. So it is listed below on the slide. There's a little screen cap. I will also read it aloud. The policy of the state of California is to reduce reliance on the Delta in meeting California's future water supply needs through a statewide strategy of investing in improved regional supplies, conservation, and water use efficiency. Each region that depends on water from the Delta watershed shall improve its regional self-reliance for water through investment in water use efficiency, water recycling, advanced water technologies, local and regional water supply projects, and improved regional coordination of local and regional water supply efforts. So it's a lot to take in when you first read it, but I'll help break it down. So essentially, the mandate is to reduce reliance on the Delta for California's future water supply needs. Moreover, it outlines a strategy based on the portfolio of options that local and regional water authorities can work from to reduce their reliance on Delta imports, which then in turn improve their local supply reliability. So next, it states that each region depends on Delta imports, which is what we consider exports, and offers a variety of options that focus on self-reliant water conservation technology, and then an effort to shift towards more regional water usage rather than exportation. So in order to kind of bring about and help enforce kind of shying away from state water exports, this includes increasing public awareness and education of not only the Delta Reform Act, but also the tolls that the state water exports have on the Delta, whether that is through means of symposiums such as these, or even integrating Delta education into schools as a common topic to be taught in either science or history. And last but not least, of course, advocacy is another key component of striving towards reducing state water exports. Within the scope of the Delta Reform Act is keeping up with advocacy for regional water efficiency and self-reliance, along with advocacy for the water technologies that were previously mentioned that will help with this said efficiency. And lastly, of course, is promoting and actively participating in advocacy with the Delta Stewardship Council, the State Water Board, and the Department of Water Resources for establishing a prioritized water supply. Thank you. That is the end of my section.
Okay, now at this time, we'll be taking questions from anybody. So if anyone has any questions, please type it in the chat and our climate panel will answer them accordingly. I will also put up a slide that has all of our contact information, specifically our emails, if you wish to ask us any questions later on or have any inquiries.
Awesome. So looks like someone has their hand up. Ahmad has their hand up.
Hi, yes, I can't type because I'm driving. I would
No
like to
worries.
have whatever information or link you have for the Delta Stewardship Council. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I can pull that up for you.
Yeah, a link in the chat would be great. Sounds like a wonderful group I would like to learn more about. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for asking. And Mackenzie, thank you for, did you just put that in the chat?
Yes, I did.
Awesome. Thanks. So, hi everyone. My name is Mariah Looney. I'm with Restore the Delta. I'm going to go ahead and moderate this part. Looks like we have a question for all panelists. How can urban and rural next generation folks in the Delta unite to work on issues together and together on future threats? And how do we facilitate better communication between the rural and urban Delta? So if any of the panelists want to go ahead and just hop on answering that, you can all popcorn to each other.
This is William. I can go ahead and start. I think one of the best things that we can do right now is just identify those next gen folks who are interested in these types of issues. One of the great things with TCC is that through this grant, we were able to recruit residents from the South Stockton community that we serve to be trained and eventually serve as liaisons for the community through what we call our Climate Leaders Program. And in this Climate Leaders Program, we have a very diverse group of folks, many of whom are under 30. Two of them either were or just graduated high school. And so we have folks that are interested. And so, and not only is there the Climate Leaders Program through TCC, we also have the Youth Advocates Program that Little Manila puts together every year. And so we have a cohort of folks that have been trained and have education on climate issues. And so now it's a matter of making sure that these folks are either going out into the community and being active, being able to advocate for their fellow community members, or just staying in the loop so that in the case that, for example, especially in the case that they go to college, that they can still be a part of and learn and still be advocates for their communities. I think that's a huge thing that our region kind of lacks, is that consistency and having folks that are going to be here for the long through. I know being raised in Tracy, many folks grow up in Tracy, they go to school and then they leave, and sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't. But I think we should focus on identifying the folks that are still here, and first empowering them to say, getting them involved and just making them aware, and then figuring out how we can connect them to being able to become advocates. Because I think that's the next step, is where do you begin as an advocate for your communities? I know many folks, especially using anecdotal references to our climate leaders, many of them didn't know how to submit public comments to city council meetings. Many of them haven't heard of government agencies. And so I think that's the next trick, is just educating how to engage your community representative or elected leaders, and being able to vocalize and have, again, that consistent conversation with them. And so I think that's another opportunity that many of us on this call or on the symposium have an opportunity to do, is get together and figure out what are the top issues that we want to identify and advocate for to our governmental representatives. And then through that, how can we build a coalition of young folks that are willing to step up and say, we want to see these changes, we want to see improvements in our communities. And so I know this is not going to be, I think that the last thing too is being realistic and saying, this is not something that, even in 5 years, we're going to be able to accomplish. This is something that's going to take a long time to build, just as climate change didn't happen over the course of a day. It's been centuries in the making. And especially here in the Delta, it's been decades of, I would say, a lack of investment in environmental fortification. And it's the impression of European and Western styles of what is considered contemporary that have been built over our region. And so I would strongly, I really encourage, and I'm excited to work with our advocates that are on this call and on this panel, especially, to seeing what we can do to work together to advance our communities. And so I'm happy to pass off to anyone else who's interested in taking up the rest of this question or answering it in your own perspective. But I think that's where I would start, is just, identifying folks who are here, consistently interacting with them, and educating them on how to participate in the process.
Hey, I'll give my little perspective on this question, because I think part of it was, how do we, thank you, William, that was awesome. There's a lot that we can do together, which I'm very excited about. But yeah, I want to try to approach it as like, how do we get the rural and the urban Delta better mixed together? Because the Delta is enormous. And I was actually at Aftershock this weekend, and I was wearing a Delta hat, and some guy's like, oh my gosh, I'm from the Delta too. And I was like, where? And he's like, oh, like Tracy. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. And then like all these other people piped in like, oh yeah, I go to the Delta. And so there's so many people that love it. And how do we take that energy and get together and figure out how we can keep this place that we love so much? And I think it's forums like this. It's a good way to start. I'm introduced to all of you today, and this actually happened because I was at another a retirement party. And I think just, some kind of like get-togethers and events like this that are pretty fun can encourage people to kind of get started and meet other people and kind of build on that energy throughout the Delta. So, there's a bunch of places you can meet up in the Delta, like the great wineries that we've got, or cidery, to get started and kind of just have some fun, informally get to know each other, and start kind of tackling these huge issues that we are going to face. It's kind of a little bit of my perspective, is just kind of make it easy, make it fun, spread out, get all over the Delta. But yeah, definitely maybe working through Restore the Delta could be an avenue where we could start putting some things like this together and getting to know everybody in all parts. So thank you.
I'm happy to chime in. Yes to convenings and finding ways to like coordinate and talk more. I think for like a longer range answer, bear with me, I got a B- in chemistry, but in the Delta, I feel like we need more enzymes out here catalyzing super cool reactions, like community organizers and project managers who are bringing stakeholders together that aren't necessarily traditionally meeting. And we as enzymes need to like hang out. You know what I mean? Like folks need to build relationships with each other as they're doing this cross-sector, cross-coalition work at a regional scale. And I'm totally biased, but like the state's Community Economic Resilience Fund program is a really great opportunity to plug into something that's doing that. That's bringing folks from like labor, from business community, from the community-based organizations, et cetera, to design like an inclusive vision, like a vision for an inclusive economy for San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties. So anyway, yeah, agree to all of that. We need to fund enzymes. That's my answer.
I'll touch lightly on it because I feel like everyone's answered it pretty well. I think kind of going off of what Davis was talking about is very much emphasizing like the rural and urban interdependence of each other and how they rely on one another, because I feel like a lot of times they can be segregated in that sense of they're totally separate things. They're not relying on each other, when in actuality, they are very much relying on each other, whether it's from an economic standpoint with like labor, access to raw materials, agriculture, specifically in the Delta, or from a social perspective, whether that's education and teachers or recreation and more. So I think it's very much kind of making it less kind of apart and kind of bringing everyone together in that sense of understanding, oh, we do interact with each other. We do all kind of live in this homogenous sort of area. So yeah, I think just really emphasizing that part.
Thank you all so much for those answers. Everybody in the chat's going crazy about them too. So I see that Gabriel has his hand up. And before we get to you, Gabriel, I'm going to ask the two questions that were in the chat before you put your hand up. So once those two questions are answered by our panelists, you can go ahead and ask yours. The first question comes from David Stewart, and David says, I live very near the Sacramento River, and several generations ago, my ancestors lost their farm on Grand Island to the Great Flood of 1861-62. Please address the effect of human-caused climate change upon atmospheric river storms and significant flood events. What should we be advocating for to mitigate those threats? If anyone can answer.
Emily, here, I'll take a stab. I mean, I feel like I'm just beating the drum of funding the Delta infrastructure and the levees. I mean, those are our first lines of defense. There's a lot of different solutions. Like we've done larger bypass systems that have helped kind of ease the pressure, but essentially it all comes down to those levees to keep those waters at bay. That's kind of my plug again, levees.
I kind of want to ask Emily a question because, and you may not have the answer completely, but I think about the wetlands area between Davis and West Sacramento and how that's like a flood control area. Is that helpful to like protecting, or like in the case of heavy rains and things like that? Does that provide mitigation? I know that the Sacramento area historically was very prone to flooding, and I know our area is as well. And Sacramento also relies on levees too. So I'm just curious, like whether having those like outflow or like those areas where water can be collected and allow for flooding might be helpful in this region closer to Stockton and Contra Costa County.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the Yolo bypass. Yeah, the Yolo bypass is huge in flood control benefits. It really takes off a huge amount of water that can come through the system. And there's several bypasses up north of Sacramento that I should be more familiar with. That I want to study more. But yeah, it's definitely an option. And there's some other projects in the works on a smaller scale that can have minor flood control benefits within the Delta. But yeah, it definitely it's a multi-benefit type of project because it can have a lot of great ecological benefits as well.
Yeah, I want to add on to that really quickly. So there's many upstream flood benefit projects going up upstream. And something that comes to mind, for example, is the Dos Rios project that was implemented by River Partners. And for example, their specific mitigation for restoring for a multi-benefit flood project includes restoring some of the habitat by including floodplain restoration. It also helps mitigate excess water that is crowding that area. It'll capture it before it goes anywhere else. It also creates, like I mentioned, a new habitat for species and plants, and much more. But essentially, these multi-benefit flood projects are an essential key part in not only mitigating for flood, but also creating new opportunities for public access as well.
Awesome. Thanks for answering that, Artie and Emily, and for your follow-up question, William. Lauren Korth asks for Emily and for anyone whoever else can answer, sorry. A lot of folks see the Delta levees as ecologically bad and unsustainable, but given our reliance on levees now, do you think an ecological and climate resilient path forward is still possible?
So I'll start it. Thank you, Lauren, for the question. You know, I do see the perspective of the Delta levees being ecologically bad because they did channelize a lot of the waterways in the Delta. There used to be a ton of fingers that were in all of these islands, and essentially once the gold rush ended, everyone came out to the Delta and reclaimed various tracts. Now they're called reclamation districts, and started farming on them, and definitely changed the way the Delta was. There are projects in place to reintroduce a more natural tidal kind of features into the Delta, but I think the levees still also have ecological benefits. Well, in the North Delta, a lot of them still have trees, and they'll have a lot of good shaded riverine aquatic. And I think they're pretty much our first line of defense in flood control and protecting the Delta as place. I mean, without the levees, what do you have in the Delta, and what kind of place will you have? I've heard from others, maybe not just necessarily my opinion, but that the Delta can't really go back to the way it was. This is kind of the hand we've been dealt, and so we've got to do our best to try to keep what we can. I've said before, it works as a system, so I don't think you can really say like, I'm gonna save this island, but I'm gonna let this island flood, because all of these islands work together to keep fresh water flowing. The more water you got open in the Delta, the more chance you got to fight back that salinity gradient. But there's definitely opportunities for making some tracts more flooded and kind of back to what that old system was that was there before people started reclaiming the islands. But definitely the levees, I see that being a part of the Delta's future still.
Awesome. Thank you so much for answering that. We have 3 minutes left, so Gabriel, your question will be our last for this panel. So yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure, I just want to introduce myself. Gabe Quinto, I'm mayor from El Cerrito here in the East Bay in Contra Costa County. And I've been with and watching Restore the Delta group and Barbara, who spoke at my city some years ago. I've been a big fan of the work that she's been doing, and to have this diverse group of young people together, it's so important, because this is our water system for the state of California, and looking at the low ice pack and seeing what folks in Southern California want to do. This will affect your area and my area in Northern California. So I just want to say thank you. It was great to attend this and to know your dedication, the young people. It's great to see William. I know William, and I look forward to seeing many of you as future elected officials, and join the Sierra Club and do what you're doing now, because your children matter, and your future children matter. So it's so important what you're doing now. So again, Barbara, thanks for all your work.
Thank you for that. So that will conclude our panel on climate change, and I'll go ahead and pass it to Artie, and then we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll go into our HABS panel.
Can I just ask a quick question to Artie? I know there's a couple questions and some comments in the chat. Would the panelists be able to get that? And maybe if the folks want to answer, maybe they could provide their email addresses as well, and maybe that way we can also directly respond to those folks since we didn't get the time.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'll actually collect them. So if the folks who asked a question that didn't get answered, please leave your email, and I'll go through the chat in a bit, and I'll collect them, and we'll have the panelists email you guys with the responses. Additionally, I just want to say thank you to everybody that is here. As an audience, it's very important that the youth is not only informed but also engaged in what's going on here, as well as the challenges. I want to thank the panelists for being here and dedicating their time to organize this event with me. And beyond that, I think up next we have a small break session before the next panel begins.
Yes, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute bio break. So after that, we're going to start with our HABS panel. So thank you all so much. Let me get this back up.
I tried to drink it away. I tried to put one in the air. I tried to dance it away. I tried to change it with my hair. I ran my credit card below. Thought a new dress would make it better. I tried to work it away, but that just made me even sadder. I tried to keep myself busy. I ran around in circles, think I make myself dizzy. I slept it away, I sexed it away, I read it away. those metal yeah, it's like cranes in the sky. Sometimes I don't wanna feel those metal I tried to run it away. Thought in my head be feeling clearer. I traveled 70 states. Thought moving around make me feel better. I tried to let go my lover. Thought if I was alone, then maybe I could recover. To write it away or cry it away. Don't you cry, baby. Away. But it's like cranes in the sky. Sometimes I don't wanna feel those metal yeah, it's like cranes in the sky. Sometimes I don't wanna feel those don't touch my hair when it's the feelings I wear. Don't touch my soul when it's the rhythm I know. Don't touch my crown. They see the vision I've found. Don't touch what's there when it's the feeling.
All right, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thanks for the waiting for the period. Everybody, my name is Spencer Fern. I am the science coordinator with Restore the Delta, and today I am joined by Andi Mevoli from San Francisco Baykeeper, Haley Plaz from University of North Carolina, Alexis Garcia from Little Manila Rising, Cynthia Cortez from Restore the Delta, and Haley Flanagan, who is also from Restore the Delta. And today's this part of this panel is going to be on harmful algal blooms, specifically with a little bit of a focus on water quality concerns in relation to harmful algal blooms. So I kind of want to start with the problem of harmful algal blooms. And the problem in the Delta, at least, is that there are many parts of California, specifically the Delta in this case, that are seeing proliferation on harmful algal blooms, which are also known as HABs, which are just kind of a short for it. And harmful algal blooms are cyanobacteria that come in many forms, ranging from Microcystis, Aphenozomenon, Dolichospermum, and many, many more different types that can show up in the Delta or freshwater ecosystems. But Microcystis is the species we see most often in the Delta, and they often have an electric green color when they are blooming. And the causes for blooms as a whole often range from nutrients loading an area, which is generally nitrogen and phosphorus, stagnant waters from lack of flow, high water temperatures that have been exacerbated by climate change, and light availability. And so HABs create many issues that affect many parts of the Delta community, which obviously affect the living population in humans and animals. And some of these issues could be liver issues or outright killing pets who ingest toxins from those harmful algal blooms. And then obviously fish and wildlife are also affected because fish specifically deal with issues from the bloom taking up dissolved oxygen in the water on the waterways, which obviously fish still need oxygen to survive, and then having depleting levels of oxygen from bloom usage initiates a fish kill in a large scale, and we'll go more in depth with that in this panel. But also animals that use the water for drinking also end up in the same portion where they ingest the toxins that can essentially kill them. And then we also have issues when it comes with water quality, when it comes to the drinking water and agricultural uses of these types of water. And obviously with the bloom active and toxins in the water, that affects the beneficial uses of these instances of using water for agriculture and drinking water. And so this is a problem that needs a lot more focus as we continue to see an upwards trend of harmful algal blooms in the greater Delta region. And the purpose of this panel is to ask a bit of questions around the panel and open a discussion for issues that we see. And so I will get through the panel. And first I want to say, if you have any questions, please leave them in the chat. And then at the end, I will distribute the questions as it comes up. And whether that's for the whole panel or for any of us specifically. But having said that, I am going to start with a question that's more focused on those impacts on humans and people, or pets and wildlife. And so the question is, can you explain the health threats to people, pets, and wildlife from harmful algal blooms? I'm going to pass this over to Cynthia Cortez to start answering that question.
Thank you, Spencer. Exposure to HAB toxins may occur in 3 forms: swallowing contaminated water, direct skin contact, and inhalation of aerosolized toxins that are in the air. People are most likely to come into contact with contaminated water through recreational use. Some species of cyanobacteria, which are the HABs most commonly found in the Delta, as Spencer previously mentioned, can produce neurotoxins, which are nerve toxins, and hepatotoxins, which are liver toxins. Someone's reaction and onset of symptoms when exposed to a bloom depend on many factors, such as species type, concentration of the bloom, the duration of exposure, and any health conditions or disease that the person may have. Some reported symptoms after exposure to toxins include gastrointestinal symptoms such as stomach pain, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. If direct contact occurs, symptoms include skin irritation, tingling or numbness of the lips, fingers, and toes, and sometimes dizziness. Long-term exposure to cyanobacteria toxins may result in liver damage or other chronic health effects. Pets and wildlife exposed to toxins may become ill and can potentially be killed by exposure to HABs toxins. The formations of HABs at the surface of the water also prevent sunlight from reaching organisms that live deeper in the water. HABs also threatens our environment by depleting oxygen in the water, which can cause fish kills. Caution should be taken when collecting seafood from contaminated water. If consuming fish from contaminated water, it is recommended that organs are not consumed, fish be properly inspected and properly cleaned. If toxin levels are high, it is advised that fish are not consumed. But tomorrow we will be having a panel expanding more on fisheries for those that are interested. So how can we keep ourselves safe from HABs? It is recommended to stay out of the water that is an unusual color, which is usually a warning sign for HABs, or foul smelling. Never drink untreated water. Boiling contaminated water will not get rid of toxins. Avoid consuming seafood that may have been collected from contaminated water. If it is necessary that you come in contact with contaminated water, always wear gloves and wash off thoroughly after contact. It is also recommended to wear an N95 mask, which has been proven to reduce exposure to toxins. Thank you, Spencer.
Thanks for the answer. Does anybody have anything else to add before we move on to the next question? All right, so the next question is kind of a focus on blooms and how they affect the air quality of side of things. And the question is, can you explain that link between harmful algal blooms and air quality? And is there more needed research to understand this a bit further? And I'll pass this question over to Haley Plaz.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Spencer. My name is Haley Plaz. I'm a PhD student at UNC, and my area of expertise is actually on how these HABs are impacting air quality in the Delta and also in other ecosystems across North America, including North Carolina and Lake Erie. So there's three major ways that HABs are impacting air quality that we've kind of revealed over the past couple of years. And so the first way is via the deposition of those different nutrients that Spencer had mentioned. So some of these nutrients, nitrogens and phosphorus, and even some of the gaseous forms of nitrogen can be utilized by these harmful algae. So when you have more nutrient pollution in the atmosphere, that can fuel the blooms to grow larger. So that's the first way. The second way is actually through the aerosolization of these toxins and cells from the HABs. So when I say aerosolization, what I mean is wind and wave action is stirring up these HABs and causing a spray or a mist of them to get into the air. And that creates these tiny microscopic atmospheric particles that sometimes can contain these HAB compounds, including the toxins and cells. And when those are inhaled, we suspect that they have some bad health outcomes in humans and animals. So that's the second way. And then the third way that we're looking into as well is through gases that are emitted by these HABs. Those gases can get into the atmosphere, and when processed with other pollutants, can then form a tiny particle that can be bad for health when inhaled. So those are the three major ways that we're looking into how these HABs might be impacting air quality, and particularly, as Cynthia had mentioned, people who are recreationally using these waters, living near these waters, are at higher risk of, interacting with these airborne compounds from the HABs. And so we're the current state of the science. What we're particularly looking at in the Delta is what weather conditions, what environmental conditions are coming together to promote higher emissions of these toxins and cells and potentially other compounds that are causing health issues. So we're trying to figure out what recipe of water chemistry and weather processes are leading to more aerosolization that could be impacting human health. And we're trying to better characterize the risk factors associated with this, who's most likely exposed and when are people most likely exposed. And something that we're not focused on, but that the area of research could grow on a lot in the next couple of years, is how are these airborne toxins going to be impacting human respiratory health? So that's pretty much it with HABs and air quality.
Thanks for the thoughtful answer. I want to say that it's been interesting too, watching Haley's work with what they've been doing with their monitoring in both Discovery Bay and Stockton, and it's curious to see how the future of this research goes and what's needed for that. But does anybody have anything else to add before we move on to the next question? All right. Well, and the next question is going to be kind of the focus on the previous question, but it's going to be along the lines of both water and air pollution. And the question is, how do the impacts of harmful algal blooms from both the air and water pollution side impact the community? And I will pass this question over to Alexis Garcia.
Thank you so much, Spencer. Hi, everyone. Happy Thursday. So happy to be here in space with everyone today. So yes, as we know, the impact of harmful algal blooms plays a silent but deadly role in the Stockton community. The significant impact of HABs presents an urgent public health concern, essentially more of a threat to the community due to the detrimental effects on the environment, our personal health, and our relationship with the land. So with that, the blooms that we now seem to be happening year-round, as the other panelists were saying, it really produces and releases toxins in the air known as cyanobacteria. So these toxins can become aerosolized, which can travel up to around 7 miles through the wind. and just into the air that we breathe, right? So this bacteria, so the way the bacteria can travel through the wind is concerning because unfortunately, sometimes we notice the way the wind blows can be towards disinvested communities, such as in the downtown area. So HABs adds another environmental burden and layer of air pollution that already is existing in Stockton, right? Such as the gray spaces that we currently have as the industries, the ports, the freeways, and not so much investment in green spaces, such as, not so much investment in trees or parks. And to add on an area being surrounded by toxic water just exacerbates toxins and pollutants in the air that we're breathing, and which presents immediate and negative harm to the people that are in Stockton. And as we know, Stockton is second in California with the highest asthma rates. So since these toxins are being released in the air, these toxins can cause respiratory distress. So HABs may negatively affect a lot of folks in our community who have asthma or respiratory issues. So it really makes it extremely unsafe for them to breathe, or just to be in Stockton. It makes it unsafe for them to be living, unfortunately. So for myself as a community health worker, I work with community members in South Stockton who have asthma, and some of the mitigation work that I do is to really provide education on asthma and helping them understand and navigate their life with asthma. Although this is, of course, rewarding work, sometimes it can be discouraging because, of course, like there's other bigger entities at play, such as like our industries that are polluting the air, and the state that needs to address and invest in our public waterways, because we see as our water is connected to our air and vice versa. Yeah, but I think knowing this information, I think it just brings me back centered and rooted into the work that I'm doing, understanding that the work that we're doing, it's probably not going to see the effort right away, but in the long term. And I think this is right, what it's all about. It's where the future is heading. So really just tying it back to like our connection with the land. For our organization on October 1st, we had a kayaking trip scheduled for our environmental justice youth advocates in our cohort with East Bay Parks, but it was canceled due to high levels of cyanobacteria. And they shared with us that every kayaking program since June has been canceled, mostly due to HABs, which I know is pretty bummed out, and I know our youth were as well, primarily because a lot of them haven't had the experience to kayak. And not only that, but it was a common theme that they had little to no meaningful experiences with nature, or even have the opportunity to access their public water because it's unsafe. So really just like, again, asking like, how can we build relationship and connections with our lands when we don't have access to them, when we don't have safe access to them? And I think it's continuing like the work that we're doing now is learning our history of how we got here, right? The history of redlining and just corporation profit over people, but just as we're doing with the youth, educating them and just relearning our relationship with the land and addressing these issues that are happening. So with that said, HABs HABs has to be addressed through an interconnected and meaningful way in order to restore and revitalize our waterways, to establish public access, in order to intentionally build our relationship with our water. So those are a little bits on how HABs is affecting the community. And right, also sometimes there is unhoused people. There's a lot of unhoused people in the Stockton area, and sometimes these people are by like the water area, and not knowing, and the public health department, you know, not doing their job to really notify people, even if they're unhoused, you know, notifying people that this is a public health threat, this is unsafe. And right, like the unhoused people that have their pets, that their pets go and drink water, or sometimes they use that for their own sanitation purposes. So those are some ways in which HABs has affected South Stockton.
I think you made some good points, especially too about beneficial uses, being able to just enjoy our own waterways, because if there's a concern of HABs getting into the air as well as the water, I mean, you can't really sit by the shore and enjoy it or have a barbecue at a local park that happens to be adjacent to one of the worst or one of the bigger blooms we saw this past testing season. It's all concerning. So I think those were some good points. Does anybody have anything else to add before we move on to the next question? All right, and so with the next question, it's kind of a broad question, but what the question is, what did we learn this year about harmful algal blooms locally versus other parts of the Delta? And are there any other related water quality conditions like temperature, salinity? And I'll let Cynthia Cortez answer the local part of it, and then I'll kind of delve into the widespreading.
Thank you, Spencer. As previously mentioned, some of the factors contributing to the presence of bloom: high water temperatures, high nutrient loads, and stagnant water. Sure enough, sighting of a bloom in Stockton was Park. Legion Park is like the perfect location for HABs to form. The water there was so still at one point. The water. So after a week-long heat wave, when we went out to test the water the following week, there were no HABs. Now that does not mean that there are no toxins present in the water or in the air, and we had a few guesses why it was that we did not observe any visible HABs, but this is why we need more research so we are able to answer these questions. During this year's testing, I think we got an understanding of what the current state of HABs looks like in the Delta, and got to see trends in different areas of the Delta as well. I think we also learned about what we don't have a clear understanding of yet.
Hey, Cynthia.
Allows us to.
Cynthia, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's Barbara.
Assist in answering. Additionally, I had the pleasure of working with Haley Ploss from UNC and assisted in collecting air filter samples in Stockton and Discovery Bay. And let me tell you, when I first saw how dirty and sometimes green those filters were, I couldn't believe that that was the air that my community and I have been living in. My work with UNC also allowed me to witness the HABs issue in 2 different marinas that are set in 2 very different communities. I would visit the 5-star marina in Stockton and the Discovery Bay Marina on the same day. If you have been to a marina, you will walk along a ramp to get to your boat at both Stockton and Discovery Bay. You will see that the ramps isolate a portion of the water near the shore. The issue is that water in this area experiences little to no flow, and I think the first HABs I have seen have been in these pockets of still water that are so near the shore and where so many people walk by on a daily basis. So it is obvious that current management of the Delta is not working, and changes need to be made to improve the water quality.
Thanks for that answer. at least she brings up good points about, especially with the water temperature increasing throughout the testing period. And I want to point that out too, where kind of got cut off where she was talking about American Legion Park, but American Legion Park was a whole like part of an ending for the delta water to flow into, and it was able to sit there. It was able to increase temperature. It was the hottest temperature we recorded during our entire testing period. And hotter temperatures often mean better producing harmful algal blooms. So that's kind of filling in the blanks there. But in terms of the rest of the delta and other sides, Frank's Tract, and the reason I want to mention Frank's Tract is last year, Frank's Tract had one of the worst blooms at least compared to what it had experienced before. And at least this year, there was a bloom reported in Frank's Tract, which is also, I mean, it's still cause for concern. But the one thing I can say about that is that these are all areas where water gets into, and it ends up, it obviously has time for nutrients to load up. It has time for the water to sit still and obviously form perfect conditions for harmful algal blooms. And so the State Water Board has a reporting and an incidents report map, and you'll see their map. And one of the things I think is interesting about it is that it's really only a reporting tool, because obviously you can get people to come in and monitor, but you don't have enough testing hands to test every single part of the delta, which is why up until now Stockton was kind of was a spot that wasn't being tested, which is why we ended up testing for it. But if you look at the map and you see where the blooms are most prevalent, you can follow the entire channel, following up the delta map that they have on their website, and you'll see that each area where the bloom is usually in a higher tier of danger, it's a dead end, and it's a dead end continuously throughout the way you go up the upstream or downstream. You'll see it that way pretty much everywhere, and it's just where water kind of gets stuck and where nutrients can load. And obviously a lot of factors come into play here, but the one thing I could say that was interesting, especially at least around our salinity measurements, was it never ever reached an area where it was a concern, and even up until the end. But there was a jump in salinity data from the last month of our data pool, which was minimal, but still a jump compared to what we were seeing throughout the entire testing period. So that's what I have to say about that one. And not sure if anybody has anything else to add. But if not, I will move us into the next question, which is kind of a focus on the freshwater HABs and the saltwater HABs. And so the question is, what is the difference between those harmful algal blooms versus the red algae that just killed thousands of fish in the San Francisco Bay? And are these problems related? And if so, how? And I will pass this question over to Andi Mevely, and I will set her up with a presentation. Give me 1 second. All right, and feel free to go whenever you want.
Thank you, Spencer. I'm Andi Mevely, and I'm a field investigator and policy advocate at San Francisco Baykeeper. Tonight, I'm going to share a bit about the similarities and differences known between the harmful algal blooms seen in the Delta versus the harmful algal bloom that we saw this past July and August, excuse me, in the San Francisco Bay. Next slide, please. Our work with Restore the Delta is through aerial surveillance, either with our drone or with our partners at Lighthawk, documenting harmful algal blooms from the late spring to early fall. In the Delta, cyanobacteria, specifically the genus Microcystis, is the main culprit for these blooms. This group of organisms are mostly found in freshwater environments, and they are commonly known as blue-green algae. However, this is a common misnomer because this genus is a microorganism that is related to bacteria, but have the capability to perform photosynthesis. The bloom that are created throughout the Delta are known to be pervasive and produce cyanotoxins that are harmful to people and pets. Microcystins can bioaccumulate in common aquatic vertebrates and invertebrates, such as fish, mussels, and zooplankton. Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry.
So now let's compare this to the organism that we saw with the recent bloom in the bay. The bloom was caused by a microorganism called Heterosigma akashiwo, and it is a rhapidophyte, sorry. This organism is a marine alga and is commonly found in background levels throughout the bay. This organism has an appendage, also known as its tail, to swim throughout the water to gain better advantage of prime conditions. Blooms that this organism creates are commonly known as red tides, and it is considered a nuisance bloom, which appears quickly when conditions are right. It is known to produce brevetoxins. Research is still underway to understand the complete mechanism of how the toxins produce mass fish kills. One theory is that toxins cause gill damage and produce an overabundance of mucus, essentially causing the fish to suffocate. And like cyanobacteria, it is theorized that toxins can produce paralytic shellfish poisoning when people eat contaminated shellfish. Most of the reports we received when people had contact with this bloom was itchy and tingling skin and respiratory issues, such as like a sinus congestion or irritation to the airway. This bloom caused a mass fish kill that caused an immeasurable number of fish, large and small, to die, including really impacting the sturgeon population throughout the bay. Next slide, please. I'm going to briefly walk you through our timeline. Initially, we received our first hotline report of dark brown water on July 27th, coming from the Alameda estuary. But recently, a YouTube video, which was recorded at Seaplane Lagoon, which is on the bay side of Alameda, confirmed the organism Heterosigma was present there as early as July 17th. Shortly after July 27th, we received many reports about dark brown water entering the Oakland estuary. We received our first report of the bloom elsewhere by August 10th. Brown water appeared in the Richmond Harbor, and reports kept coming in of brown water along the shores of San Francisco and into the North Bay and in the South Bay. If you look at this picture on the slide, it's a satellite image of the bloom taken on August 22nd. The red has the highest concentration of chlorophyll, and then it's gradiated down in orange, yellow, green, and then the dark blue, it has no chlorophyll. So you can see how dispersed this bloom was then. And then on August 22nd, we had our first report from San Mateo of fish mortality seen from the shore. And by early September, dissolved oxygen levels had resumed to normal readings, indicating that the bloom had run its course. Next slide, please. There are many contributing factors to both the blooms in the Delta and the one that we saw in the Bay. The first factor for both blooms is weather conditions. The sunny, calm days allow for deeper penetration of sunlight into the water column, and the lack of wind allows blooms to persist on the surface of the water. Another factor is water conditions. For the Delta, flows, or lack thereof, contribute to blooms, while tidal exchange and currents normally keep the bay from experiencing massive blooms. Increased water temperature and stratification of the water column are ideal conditions for blooms to occur, while turbidity or lack of clarity of the water normally keep the blooms from forming. And lastly, the fuel for these blooms. For us in the Bay, wastewater treatment plants cause just over 60% of the nutrient pollution, leaving high loads of nitrogen and phosphorus in the water. And in the Delta, agricultural runoff is the main contributor. And then in both locations, stormwater runoff also contributes to nutrient loads. And that's a quick overview of the similarities and differences between the Delta blooms and the bloom that occurred in the Bay. Thanks for this opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Thanks, Andi. I think, it's one of the interesting things I noticed was that the at least the blooms in the Delta seem to have more health impacts than the ones or human health. Let me rephrase: human health impacts in the Delta versus the red algae that was found in Lake Merritt, which vice versa, because of the amount of fish we saw out testing and overturned was maybe less than 5 at the most that we saw at any given time. But seems like the fish kills were en masse over in the Bay Area, and that's just something that's really interesting to point out, I feel. But thanks again. Does anybody have anything else to add to that before we move on to the next part? All right. And so the next question of focus is kind of a focus on climate change. And the question is, how does climate change impact harmful algal blooms? And I'll pass this over to Haley Flanagan to give the answer, or an answer, one of the answers.
Thanks, Spencer. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so in terms of climate change, I always like to think that climate change is one of the most important, if not one of the currently most statistically significant drivers behind harmful algal blooms currently in the Delta and elsewhere. So one of the main driving factors is global warming in relation to climate change specifically. And what this is doing is this is causing longer warm seasons, as I'm sure we can all feel, as well as warmer waters. And both of these unfortunately lead to more HABs for longer periods of time in more places than we've seen them before. So what this can also do is cause a sort of cycle of harmful algal bloom growth in different areas. So when in prior years, we may not have seen harmful algal blooms, or we might have seen smaller blooms in some areas, the actual presence of HABs also makes water more habitable for them in the future. So when we have higher CO2 emissions, which is one of the main parts of climate change, unfortunately, that also drives harmful algal bloom growth. And as that happens, it converts that into heat, or takes up sunlight and converts that into heat and makes the water even warmer for itself. So all this together tends to mean that with climate change, especially, we're seeing worsening harmful algal blooms in our area and in other areas where they may not have been previously. We also see issues of salinity encroaching upon freshwater. And so as freshwater, or previously freshwater, becomes more like saltwater, we're seeing marine HABs come to new areas of the Delta. So where we would have only certain types of HABs previously, like the ones we tend to see, in ponds or in freshwater streams, we are now seeing ones that would have previously only been in saltwater. And that is also very concerning, because not only are we seeing more blooms, we're seeing ones we're not really used to having in different areas of the Delta. So beyond this, with our unpredictable weather patterns, the rain and drought pendulum that we're seeing of long, hot, dry summers and then crazy rain and flooding is driving nutrients from soil into our waterways, which further feeds these HABs. So I think we'll get into this a little more in one of the later questions, but overall, from many different angles, climate change is causing the increase of different types of harmful algal blooms, their duration, and their reach, which is also increasing their negative impacts on our communities. So absolutely, climate change hugely impacts HABs. Thanks, Spencer.
Thanks, Haley. Does anybody have anything to add on to that before moving on? All right, so the next question, which I'll just jump into it, is what needs to happen to solve this problem? Like, is there more research needed, more data tracking needed, changes in water quality conditions, whether that's government or government ordained or otherwise, or is there more mitigation needed? And I'm going to answer this question first off of a kind of something I've seen in a lot of my research on harmful algal blooms. And the one thing I can see all the time explaining how to solve the harmful algal bloom problem is to prevent the bloom from happening in the first place. And obviously that's the desire, right? That's the one we want. That's what the whole goal is. But in reality, the way you get to mitigating or preventing the bloom from happening is by a number of the issues we've already mentioned in this panel. And I'm going to start off with three that I think are most important to the way I would solve this problem. And the three are obviously nutrient loading, which is the nitrogen and phosphorus making their way into the waterways, which harmful algal blooms love, right? Then there's also stagnant waters, which is where the nutrients settle up, and that's where the blooms also form. And then there's also water temperature, which is kind of coincides with the same thing, where water's still, nutrients are there, and then the water temperature goes up, creates the perfect cocktail for harmful algal blooms, right? So the solution I see to that, and at least the way to mitigate, and obviously this is easier said than done, I understand, but we need to find ways to incorporate more freshwater flow, right? Because if we get more freshwater flow into that, it solves the problem of nutrients loading. Because if the nutrients are moving with the water flow, it's not building up in one spot. It also solves the water temperature problem, because water temperature tends to increase when water is sitting still. And do I even need to say that the water stagnation? Because obviously moving water in and out prevents water from being stagnant. So I think that obviously is my point, at least on mitigation and solving the problems there. And obviously there's more research that's needed and more about that, but I'll let my other panelists take a stab at that answer if there's something they want to add. I think.
I'll add something, Spencer. As for us, at least in the Bay, wastewater treatment plants, we have 40 of them around the Bay. And the effluent that is released is, where the nutrient pollution comes from, the nitrogen and the phosphorus just goes directly into the Bay. So really understanding sort of what levels what are the safe levels, the research around that. But also we at Baykeeper are really trying to push for water recycling, especially with wastewater treatment. And, it helps solve one problem of, keeping our fresh water, fresh and available. And it also will reduce the nutrient load that we are putting abundantly into the Bay and creating this fuel for the HABs.
That's a good point. That's good points.
I can add something as well. So another big source of nutrient pollution that fuels these HABs is runoff from agriculture and also from any fertilizers that people might be using in their lawns, which here on the East Coast, I think that's a little bit more of an issue than on the West Coast, but especially in the Delta, when you have big plots of farmland that juts right up to some of the Delta, there's no buffer of other types of plants that are natural in the environment, like particular to the Delta, that would be also absorbing these same nutrients that the algae are using. So any sort of buffer, whether that be trees or submerged aquatic vegetation, all of that stuff uses the same nitrogens and phosphoruses that the cyanobacteria like. So more natural flora that are native to the area also can help prevent the blooms because they can absorb some of those nutrients before it gets to the water.
Good points. Thanks. And you bring up a good point where blooms aren't just a West Coast problem. Blooms are everywhere, and obviously there are different factors that go into making mitigation measures because things are different. And I think that's obviously very necessary to take into account when putting on any of these types of mitigation measures or understanding water quality conditions. So I think that's an interesting point of view, and thanks for the answer. But does anybody have anything else to add before I move on to the next question? All right. And so this question is kind of more focused on a project that's currently in motion, and that is the Delta Tunnel through the Delta Conveyance Project. And the question is, would this tunnel help or hurt HABs conditions? And I'm inclined to believe that it would hurt conditions for harmful algal blooms. And I feel like I've probably a broken record at this point, but anything that alters flow in the Delta, especially upstream from hotspot areas like Stockton, Discovery Bay, Frank's Tract, you'll see an issue with water moving the opposite direction. And if water is moving the opposite direction, or in another term, reverse flowing, you've got issues of the fresh water that I was just talking about getting its way into the rest of the estuary. And obviously, you remove more water, you increase the more issues that we'll see. It increases stagnation, increases water temperatures because of that stagnation. And obviously, I just sound like I'm repeating, so I'm going to stop right there. But there's another concern that comes with this tunnel, and it's if a bloom forms upstream of where the intakes are we going to see toxins working their way down the tunnel to the reservoir where they hold this water down in Southern California? Does it suddenly become not just a problem from the Northern Delta, but now all of California's water supply? These are questions that are just things we need to focus on, things we don't understand fully yet. And obviously, we have time to think about it, but it feels like things are getting pushed quicker and quicker. And honestly, one of the concerns obviously is that you don't know the future. And I feel like we need to solve the problems that we see in the Delta every year before we start changing more and more of the ecology of the Delta as a whole. So at least that's my take on the Delta Conveyance Project, and hoping that more work is done to prevent the problems we see on a daily basis. But aside from that, I will transition us into our last question of this panel, which is kind of a question on if HABs are solely attributed to climate change. Is it only climate change that's causing these problems, or are there other projects in place contributing to the decline of the health in the Delta? And I'll just answer the first part of this real quick because I'm writing on the same train. But the Delta has been a place that has been like subject to many projects throughout its entire lifetime, right? And I see it as a death by 1,000 cuts, right? You have tons of different projects that are being put onto the Delta, and each one is saying, oh, it only makes this minimal change to the Delta as a whole, right? So if you've got minimal changes in 1,000 different projects, and I know I'm exaggerating, but you have this many different projects causing changes in the Delta, obviously conditions are going to get worse for the Delta. It doesn't just apply to harmful algal blooms at this point. But obviously in this case, it feels like even though climate change does play a huge role in harmful algal blooms, and obviously with water temperatures increasing, with the air temperatures increasing, it's obviously something we need to pay attention to, something we need to focus on. And so obviously this declines the health of the Delta as a whole, and the small projects continue to be made. And again, I'll reiterate the thing I said previously, in that we need to focus on the problems we see in the Delta first before making grand changes. So that's my take on it. Haley Flanagan, I think you had something to add to that as well, right?
I do. Thanks, Spencer. So this is actually goes back to what Haley Plaz said earlier in her response to a prior question. But while climate change is a massive factor in harmful algal blooms, the previous and historical use of certain fertilizers on agricultural land does still feed HABs in the Delta. So whether they're ones still used today, or in a large part ones that are no longer used today but were used previously, fertilizers that has been used in farming land with the new flooding and the intense rainstorms is worsening the issue even more. It's kind of working with climate change in that the two together are just flooding our waterways with nutrients, as Haley had mentioned, particularly phosphorus and nitrogen. And both of these just feed the HABs, and it's increasing the rate at which these things feed our harmful algal blooms. So it's all just kind of a double whammy. Both are really important for us to focus on. Thanks, Spencer.
Yeah, thanks. Does anybody have anything else to add to at least the climate change or other things contributing to the decline of the health in the Delta? All right. Well, thank you everybody for watching us present this topic on harmful algal blooms. If anybody wants to ask any questions, it looks like we have a little bit of time before the next panel or the next break. But for now, that is it for us.
Yeah, so just a quick time check. We have 8 minutes.
Okay.
So if anybody has any questions they'd like to drop in the chat, or you can go ahead and use the raise hand option, and you can ask them that way. Well,
Okay.
if no one has any questions, thank you all so much for joining us. Oh, wait, there is one question in the chat. How do you,
Okay.
yeah, how do you incorporate upstream ecosystems to address these issues?
And that's a good question, because some of the issues that rise from harmful algal, or the reason why blooms are loading, is because of those nutrients. And sometimes that is agricultural runoff. And addressing the upstream ecosystems obviously I feel starts with managing what pesticides, what herbicides, what any of those types of things are used in agriculture upstream, because that's the one thing we can't measure in the Delta, because they are non-point sources. And I know Andy mentioned earlier that the trouble in the Bay has been the wastewater treatment plants, but thankfully with wastewater treatment plants, you understand the exact amount that is being incorporated into the waterways. So trying to find ways to quantify the amount of nutrients that come from agricultural runoff is the part where I feel we need to address first. Aside from that, limiting urban runoff from streets or urban use, like in watering the lawns, obviously getting those types of things off, but which it feels a little bit more like more of an East Coast problem, because we're in a drought consistently. So I don't know how many people are flooding their lawns, right? But aside from that, does anybody else have anything to add on maybe solving the upstream ecosystems? Because at least that's my initial thought. Do you see ecosystems that remove these runoff sources as a potential value? I mean, definitely. I don't want to say that we should remove all uses of pesticides. Obviously, I mean, that's the goal at the end of the day, but we understand that farming is a huge part of our industry and of the future, and especially with feeding people. But obviously you want to just limit the number. I feel like there needs to be a limit. There needs to be quantities for how much is being used, because again, it's hard to see how much is being input into the Delta.
Yeah, Spencer, and if I can piggyback off of that, I think what you were saying about, trying to figure out where these nutrients are coming from is really difficult, and it's all accumulating. But to directly answer the question about ecosystems potentially removing some of these nutrients, I think it's really important that some of these natural flora can serve almost as like a curb. So if the Delta water is your street, then if you have a curb before you have sidewalk, which would be your agriculture or lawns, you have some sort of natural buffer in between that can really help. And there's ongoing research in various places around the world that are looking at the effectiveness of this kind of approach, making sure that there is some sort of natural buffer between, say, a lawn and a waterway. So we think that can do a really good job at removing some of those nutrients that fuel the blooms. But as Haley Flanagan had mentioned, there's historical buildup of some of these nutrients. So unfortunately, it's really, really challenging to observe that change really quickly. And then I see maybe, if you want to clarify the question.
If you wanted to unmute and ask the question, you can do that too.
Yeah, thank you. Also, thank you so much for your panel. It's been very interesting and informative. I study riparian corridors and floodplain reconnection and the ecosystem services within. And so it's more about the research, it's pretty conclusive that there are a variety of ecosystem services that are facilitated through reconnected floodplains and levees that are removed from adjacent to the river, all these different things through sediment transport and deposition that carry a lot of these nitrogen and sulfide situations, including methylated mercury here in California out of old mining reservoirs and things. But my question is really the science is there to prove how valuable those are, but how interested are y'all in integrating that into some of your approaches? How receptive are the communities that you're talking to, because sometimes that means people having to be okay with selling their land. Sometimes that means people being okay with selling their homes or moving off of an island, or like recognizing that the location that they're in is actually where these waterways would naturally be depositing these nutrients. Instead of storing them in the delta, they would be deposited upstream to prevent things like major algal blooms or nutrient loads, or even sediment loads. And so like how I come in, because like I also feel like this caveat is necessary. I come here with like, I know all the science, but I have no idea about social action and how to actually facilitate the, you know, the spreading of information that's like, you know, not like, hey, you have to move, but more like, hey, like entire communities, this is the, if we want to fix the problem instead of band-aid the problem, these are the real, like, these are the solutions that are real long-term solutions. And so like how impactful do y'all see those, and how valuable to the short-term and long-term problems do you see those solutions as?
No, I mean, I think that's a good point, and it almost kind of touches on the point Haley Plaza's making about maybe making a curb. Now, obviously, getting people to donate their, or not donate, I guess, sell their land to incorporate these nutrient spots where they can get deposited before they work their way downstream would be definitely something we'd be interested in. I mean, it's something that would solve the problems. It would prevent more nutrient loading through the upstream sources. But of course, that's the one thing where I can say is we haven't necessarily reached out to farmers about maybe solving the problem yet. And obviously, these are things we need to take into account when we are solving these problems. And I definitely agree that that sounds like a great way to mitigate the stress that is put onto the delta. So I think finding ways to do that, it obviously works with getting the right agencies in contact with these types of people, getting the right means of explaining how this is good. And obviously nothing comes for free, right? But I mean, generally, I feel like it's important to find ways to open these conversations, whether it's Restore the Delta just going up and advocating for these issues and bringing it up at whether it's water board meetings or whatever it happens to be. And I think it's about just getting the ball rolling first. And I think that's where we need to find those compromises to help solve the problem for harmful algal blooms. And it's why we need standards for harmful algal blooms, because without those standards, you can't really enforce anything right now. So thanks for the question. And I hope I answered it appropriately.
So just a quick time check. It's 7:01, so we're gonna have to conclude this panel for now and move on to our sustainable agriculture panel. But thank you all so much. Thank you to all of the panelists. Thank you, Spencer, for moderating. Spencer, can you put everybody's emails?
It's in there.
Great. So if anybody has any follow-up questions that they'd like to ask, everybody's emails are in the chat. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hello, everybody. Let me share my screen with you and we'll get started with sustainable agriculture. All right. Can everyone see my screen okay? Can't even get like a thumbs up.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Mariah, could you help me pin our panelists for everyone to see?
Yep, I'm doing that right now.
All right, so while you do that, I'll introduce myself. First of all, thank you everyone for staying on for so late. We are almost at the end of our symposium and we want to thank all of you for taking the time to come out here and hear what we have to talk about. I'm Sarah Medina. I am the Sustainable Agriculture Coordinator at Restore the Delta. And since I can remember, I've been always submerged in agriculture, probably since I was 3 years old. And tonight I have the honor to bring to you all a group of folks who have a passion for agriculture and are working towards implementing sustainable ag one way or another. So without further ado, let's start this presentation. There we go. All right, so The Delta being one of the biggest strips of prime land in California helps a lot to come to my first point, where it is that California has the sixth best economy in the world. That is thanks to the huge contribution that agriculture is to its economic output. The Delta is responsible for the $5.2 billion of that output, and San Joaquin is responsible for 3/4 of that 5.2 billion. This is mostly possible through the rich peat soils we work with and the Delta breeze, along with the long summers we have, and allows us to have longer seasons than other locations do. We can grow a cornucopia of food here thanks to all of these conditions. But unfortunately, it is being challenged yearly by the constant change in climate, now that climate change is here. What are the main impacts? The main climate impacts we are seeing in agriculture today are less chilling hours, longer and more frequent heat waves, salinity intrusion from sea level rise, and flow diversion. Along with that, farmers also face higher expenses and smaller workforces. And we also need to talk about the economic changes that come with growing a farm. Urban communities see this the most when getting fresh quality food, and they notice it because it's getting a lot harder for them to do so. Some urban communities in the Delta are now considered food deserts, and there is some ways we are trying to face these challenges. My colleague Sam will tell you more about it. So Sam, can you take it away?
Yes, can everybody hear me? Good, okay. Thank you, Sarah. Hi, everyone. I'm Sam Little. I am from the Central Valley, and I'm a climate water advocate with Restore the Delta. I'm attending Cal Poly Humboldt studying environmental science and management with a concentration in ecological restoration. I am really excited to be here, and hearing from the youth and their input is really refreshing and inspiring. So thank you all for taking your time to come together and to discuss issues that are not the easiest or fun to discuss. So here, I will be discussing with you guys how sustainable agriculture is a necessary implementation for future food production. For many of us, COVID-19 brought to light how fragile our current food systems are. We produce food valuing quantity over quality. This leads to farmers having to produce monocrops for lower prices. Natural resources are then diminished for sustained production, which continues to degrade our lands. These practices contribute to our extreme weather conditions and climate change. We are then confronted to ask, how can we produce enough food that is good for both those who grow it and those who eat it? How can we ensure that our food systems are equitable, resilient, and fair? How can we feed the world's growing population while preserving the planet for future generations? Next slide, Sarah. There we go. Thank you. So here I want to distinguish the difference between rural and urban farming. Both can benefit from sustainable agricultural practices. Rural farming is what most of us know as traditional farming, or what we imagine when we think of our food production. It is the cultivation of food crops that can include monocrops, rearing livestock, and depending on seasonal and natural conditions to carry on farming activities. The large commercial agriculture tends to be farming operations that produce crops and other agricultural products for sale, as opposed to raising crops to sustain a family or community. Animals and produce are grown on a large scale with the help of machinery and technology with the explicit purpose of maximizing yield. Typical rural areas have a low population density and small settlements. Urban agriculture includes the cultivation, processing, and distribution of agricultural products in urban and suburban areas. Community gardens, rooftop farms, hydroponic, aeroponic, and aquaponic facilities, along with vertical production, are all examples of urban agriculture. Urban agriculture allows for the development of a variety of environmental, economic, and social benefits to the surrounding communities. Urban farming can reduce transportation costs, help reduce runoff associated with heavy rainfall, and lead to better air quality. So today, we'll be meeting with some local experts in farming of sustainable urban and rural spaces and learn the history of our agriculture in the Delta. So now I'm going to pass it back to Sarah to introduce our panelists.
Yes, thank you, Sam. In telling us about the efforts that the community is doing to help with said problems, I am going to bring up our first two speakers. The first one is Nick Lee and Gabriela Flores.
Thanks, Sarah. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. And thank you, Sarah and Sam, for the wonderful introduction and kind of summary and lead-in. I work at the Edible Schoolyard Project in Stockton, California, which runs a urban farm in the Boggs Tract neighborhood of South Stockton. We have 5.5 acres of property that is on leased land from the Port of Stockton. And we run a community farm that aims to provide access to healthy local organic foods and provide access to land so that individuals and families can grow their own food, as well as hosting field trips and other educational events so that the community can come out and learn about sustainable ag and healthy eating and active living. I think, listening to Sam's introduction, our farm occupies an interesting space in that it is undeniably an urban farm, and yet on 5.5 acres, we have a real expanse of land that I was just at an urban farming conference and everyone was saying, you're not an urban farmer, you've got 5.5 acres of land. And so we occupy an interesting space in that sense, in that we're able to grow on a scale that most urban farmers can't imagine and have access to land in that way. Yeah, and I'll pass it back to you, Sarah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is also an urban farmer / rural farmer. Everyone, please welcome, Ms. Gabriela Flores.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Gabriela. I am the volunteer coordinator that serves on the board for Black Urban Farmers Association based out of Stockton, California. Like Sarah said, we're a little bit of a mix of both rural and urban farming. Although we serve the community of Stockton, our farm is located on 1/6 of an acre, so much smaller than Nick's farm at the Edible Schoolyard. But we are located in the city of French Camp, as I mentioned, so we are in a more rural area. We hope to encourage the community of Stockton to make more health-conscious food choices and celebrate African American culture by growing foods that are ethnic to the population of Stockton.
Yes, thank you so much. Wonderful hearing everyone just show us what they're doing. But my first question to you two is going to be the following. Could you guys describe to us your current operation, rural or urban? And we'll start with Nick.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're on 5.5 acres and we have 32 plots that are held by individuals or families from the community. And those plots actually measure 20 feet by 20 feet. So those are 400 square foot garden plots that individuals can apply for and get access to. And we have grant funding to make those available at no cost. So that's really the community farm aspect, where individual members of the community can come out and grow their own food. In addition to that, we have 3 major areas where we have established no-till permanent beds, where we're growing food in areas around the kind of perimeter of the farm. And that's what you see in that photo on the right there. So those are some of our beds that have raised beds with sheet mulched and wood chipped pathways. And it looks like in that photo, we're kind of in transition between seasons and don't have a lot growing. We also have about 150 mature fruit trees on the property. And so we're really lucky to have an incredibly diverse orchard and have a variety of fruit, from cherries and apricots and plums and peaches, all the way to jujubes and pears and quince. So we're really fortunate to have a wide variety of things on the farm. We also have about 30 laying hens that you can see in that photo there that help us with some egg production and also mostly help us with engaging the youth who visit the farm. Yeah, and I'll pass it to Gabriella.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, as you can see on this picture, we have 28 plots of various sizes where we grow anything from strawberries to collards, depending on the season, of course. We were donated last year. I should mention that we are a nonprofit that's only about 2 years old, so we're still in the very beginning stages. But last year we were donated some funds to be able to get that like caterpillar growing tunnel that you see in the background there. That's really expanded our capability of how much we can produce every year. So we have, like I mentioned, 28 plots and the space behind the farm there to the right that you can see the growing tunnel as well.
Yes, and if any of you guys have the time or availability to go check these places out, I definitely recommend because they're absolutely amazing. And with that, guys, I would love to ask you guys your guys' next question, if my thing allows me. Describe to us any climate impacts on crop or garden productions you have experienced at your facilities.
Absolutely. And the first thing that comes to mind is the heat. This summer, we had just a number of weeks where we were over 100. And so that really impacted our team's ability to do the work of maintaining and stewarding the farm and producing the food. Not just for its impact on the actual crops and watering schedules, but also just on our team's ability to be out there and the number of hours that they could safely work within that heat in those conditions. You know, aside from that, we also saw impacts like that early rain that came through with a heavy rain and then the immediate following heat that led to a lot of our tomatoes bursting. So it's definitely been an interesting year. I'll also say this is my first year growing in the Central Valley. I'm a local and native to the East Bay, so this is my first year growing in the Central Valley. So I'm really not the expert here. So maybe Gabriella, you can share some more stories from your experience.
Thank you, Nick. Similar to you, I'm a transplant from LA, so this is also my first full growing season here in the Central Valley. But as you mentioned, one of the first things that comes to mind is the heat. Being that we're a smaller operation, there's just a few of us that are actively going out on a weekly basis to kind of do the upkeep of the farm. So being able to manage our time along with this intense heat, we've seen the repercussion. Some of our lettuces that we had planted molted due to the kind of change and the back and forth between the rain and then the very intense heat that we experienced. So it's been a challenge to be able to kind of manage all of our plots and really dedicate the time to make sure they grow in their optimal conditions when it's really hard to predict the weather.
Yes. I've seen a couple things here on our farm as well, where our tomatoes got really bad sunburn on our last heat wave. So I know a lot more other farmers who mentioned the same thing. But thank you guys for sharing. Those challenges are definitely hard.
Sorry, can I jump in with one more thing? I think the one other thing that is obvious that we haven't mentioned is just the drought, and that is just so omnipresent in how we approach the farming. You know, we're using all the best water-wise irrigation practices that we can, and still, I think an interesting challenge as an urban farmer is that we're on municipal water, and we don't have a water district, we don't have irrigation systems, we don't have a well. And so, just to keep our trees alive, to keep our plots growing, even letting all of the grassy areas on our farm die, we're still pushing over $2,000 a month on our water bill. And so just the access to water when we have, 6-8 months without any rainfall is an obvious trial. So.
Yes, I agree. And water prices are definitely going higher, and that is another thing that a lot of farmers are experiencing around the Delta. I believe I have that actually answered our other question, guys. What other challenges is your farm operation facing? Nick, you just mentioned the water situation. Is there another challenge that you guys get to see on the day-to-day?
Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a funny one, but we have a lot of dumping and just waste and trash that is left around the property, both from stuff that's blowing in off of the highways and freeways, but also stuff that's being dumped and abandoned out front of our property. I was saying that last week we had 2 boats that had been stripped and dismantled, just abandoned on our parking lot. So that's an interesting urban farm challenge.
Yeah, dumping, that's new on our end, but thank you so much. What about you, Gabby? Do you guys have any challenges around BUFA?
As I mentioned, being a newer nonprofit, 2 things that come to mind are funding. Of course, having enough funding to keep our operation going is detrimental to the impacts that we're trying to make. We are always looking for volunteers as well. That's another big factor, is making sure that we have enough manpower to get out to the farm and do all the things that we have to do, be it planting or harvesting or watering. Those are all challenges that we face as a kind of smaller, newer nonprofit.
Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing those challenges, but I have an exciting question up next for you guys, and that would be, could you guys describe to us what you would like to see in your nonprofit in the next 5, or urban farm, excuse me, in the next 5, 10, or even 20 years, and how does climate change figure into your vision?
Absolutely. Our goal at the Edible Schoolyard is really to grow our program and have it continue to be a community space where South Stockton can come for fresh, healthy local food, where students can learn about sustainable agriculture and healthy living and see a different future for themselves. You know, you mentioned in your introduction food deserts, and the activist Karen Washington uses the term food apartheid instead of food deserts, because food deserts implies that it's a naturally occurring phenomenon, and food apartheid acknowledges that it's a built system, that's a discriminatory system. And so I think that as much as we can do to be a place that begins to fight that food apartheid, really we want to engage the youth and help them see these systems that aren't working and energize them as agents for change who can really help us dismantle that system of food apartheid and create a place where everybody in Stockton has access to healthy, fresh, local food, and hopefully has access to land to grow that themselves, and to beautiful green spaces where they can recreate and enjoy the abundance that comes with growing food. And of course, climate change is going to be a challenge with that. As we mentioned, drought, heat, changing seasons that continue to change the way we have to grow food and adjust. But those are all things that we'll work through, and we'll find strategies to be resilient in the face of those. Yeah, I'll pass it to you, Gabby.
Thanks, Nick. Likewise, we are really eager to, in the next couple months, start our mobile market program, which is going to try to tackle these food deserts in the Stockton area. So we're going to be going to liquor stores that are located in these food deserts and providing these communities with discounted, very cheap organic produce. So that's one of the next upcoming projects that we're really excited about. And further down the road, I would love to see BUFA continue to educate the community on what healthy eating is and encourage people to be curious about where their food comes from and kind of know what they're ingesting when, you know, foods are grown with certain pesticides and what that means for their health. So I think really drumming up that curiosity in the younger community is really important to us. And furthermore, I'd love to see BUFA have their own space, you know, some good piece of land that we could grow year round. That's ours right now. We're thankful, very thankful to we call her Miss Kitty. She's the landowner that you guys see there, that all that space on that picture to the right is her own private land. And we're so very fortunate that she leases it to us at no cost for water or electricity. So that's at least something that we don't have to worry about. But in the future, I'd love for BUFA to continue their fight to educate the community and kind of be a resource for the community of Stockton.
Yes, I'm really, really excited to see all of this come to fruition. And then with that being said, guys, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I believe our next panelist is coming up next, but before I do that, I will pass it over to Sam to present our next presenter.
Thank you, Nick and Gabriella, for your guys' inputs. I will now be introducing Ahmad Majid. Thank you for being here, Ahmad. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, thank you. My name is Ahmad Majid. I'm not from Stockton either, but I moved here when I was 12, and I started doing community work shortly after that. And so I do lovingly claim Stockton. I'm a beginning farmer. My wife and I are in the business plan process. I also do outreach, education, and a little bit of administrative support for another local community garden. We also have a small property where we have goats now in French Camp. So we actually have 2 locations, one in French Camp and one is at the Taft School Garden. That's with the Central Valley Neighborhood Harvest, which was founded by Mr. Don Aguillard. I think from what I understand, that's enough in terms of an intro so that we can move on and keep it rolling.
That's perfect, Ahmad. Okay. Awesome. So I have a question for you. So what is your drive to, what was your drive to start a business centered around agriculture? What was your why?
There were many. The main one, I have to admit, is kind of selfish, maybe. It was my son. And even those of you who want to, for your unborn children, because I realized at the head of the pandemic, the food apartheid issues where I come from, and the food security issues in general that exist in BIPOC spaces and even outside of those spaces. And it really scared me. I was legit like, this is a sea change moment. Formerly, I was more in legal services as a paralegal and a paraprofessional in education, special needs and non-special needs. But as I said, when the pandemic happened and I realized how insecure our system was, it reminded me of a childhood, I want to say dream, but no, I'm going to say vision. And I was motivated to look into the opportunity to go into livestock agriculture. And then it developed into thinking in a produce operation. And so my wife, she agreed with it. And so we've been developing our business plan since then. Also just ideas around reclaiming sovereignty and self-determination. Obviously you can see that I'm a Black person. I also have indigenous heritage, which I have not explored very much, but just knowing that I do come from an agrarian past, literally have farmers all down my line, was incredible. And so I'm excited to return to the land and help others who want to do it in a sustainable, responsible way.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ahmad. I really enjoyed looking at your photos. So yeah, of course. I love them. Is that an alpaca? Are those alpacas?
Those are alpacas, the cutest of their group. They are camelids or camelids. I always mix up the spelling. They're cousins of camels and llamas, but they're the most adorable. And they have the finest fiber. It's considered in terms of microns. And so that's something you can look up if you want, or hit me up. My stuff is in the chat. I'm all about alpacas first and foremost. We even have a fiber composting project where you can compost the fibers, even finished fibers. So there's a network called Fiber Shed. You should look into if you're interested in that. But yes, those are alpacas.
That's awesome. I have another question for you that I wanted to ask. There it is. Okay. So what type of local economic training systems do you need for your agricultural efforts to thrive?
I really like a lot of what was said, and probably because I met him before and he's a beautiful spirit. Davis really hit it on the head. There needs to be that collaboration, those conversations, like even in this panel, the only person I knew before was Philip, and only loosely. And I had met Gabriella because I was in and about Bufa and everywhere over the last almost 3 years now, just gaining experience and reality in agriculture spaces. So I volunteered there and I met her. But I've heard about a lot of people on this panel too in the space. And so it was great when I was invited. I was like shocked, but it humbly makes sense because I am a beginning farmer. So that is a representation of what we're talking about. Furthermore, there's a USDA-led group called, well, California, because we're in California, but they have it across the states. It's national, the Beginning Farmers and Ranchers Pilot Group. So there is another demonstration of identified value of creating a space where there's a more inclusive cadre of voices. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. In fact, look up the Bioresources Alliance. Bioresources Alliance. I don't have the link, but a friend of mine, because I'm very passionate about all composting, and I'm finishing, I promise, told me about it. It's kind of a consortium sort of space where we are hoping to, at the local, regional, and national level, get that data shared out in the case where it's data, or invite people to those conversations where we see intersectionality or opportunity. Again, I think our stuff is in the presentation. I'll put my information in the chat again. So anything I'm talking about, if you're interested in, please reach out. I'll be happy to talk more about it, or more so develop opportunities. But if you just want to talk, that's fine too.
Thank you, Ahmad. If anyone is interested in checking out the resources Ahmad mentioned, here are some of them. I might add the link to the Bioresource Alliance in the chat later on. But thank you again, Ahmad. You provided so many useful resources for those trying to start up their own farm and business. So thank you for your time and taking your time to speak with us on your experience. So
One more, I'm sorry. This is another resource too. Throughout that work, I met a person who has a 14-year-old organization. It's called National Women in Agriculture Association. It's already included in those, but we are forming a local chapter. I am tasked with building it up. So we are happy to network with folks who are interested in these things with that organization, or any of the folks that I talk with and share information with. We're very excited, happy, energetic to talk with everyone and share information and create a huge green space.
Absolutely. So if anyone wants to access those links, you can just scan them with your phone and the link should pop up. I provided all the QR codes. Perfect.
And thank you.
Of course, thank you. Okay, so the next panelist we will be meeting is Philip Merlot of the San Joaquin County Society and Museum. Thank you, Philip, for being here. Would you like to tell everyone who you are and what work you do?
Hi there. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me and such a great group of speakers. I'm Philip Merlot. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin County Historical Society Museum. I am a local historian, and for the purposes of this panel, I am one of the last scions of a 4th-generation farming family in the Delta out on Brack Tract. So I'm glad to be here, and if you want to learn more about what I do, you always feel free to reach out.
Thank you, Philip. Okay. We are going to ask you, give me one second for the slide. So what type
of crops were grown in the Delta before industrialized agriculture?
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of a complex question, but I think that, and maybe there are two answers. The first is that prior to the arrival of European and Anglophone peoples in this region, I think the indigenous peoples of this area, the Delta Yokuts and Central Valley Miwok, were very much involved in a permacultural system of burning tule grasslands in the Delta for the purposes of creating food systems that involve fish, but also harvesting tules and harvesting oak acorns, right? And while that's not necessarily agriculture, I think it's important to recognize that there were complex foodways that existed here prior to the establishment of what we refer to now as this man-made Delta. After that, in the wake of the settlement of the Delta by people like Charles Weber and John Marsh and Johannes Sutter and others, this region was declared a national swampland by the U.S. government, and then there was a series of other laws that were passed in the 1850s and 1860s. And by the end, the Delta was in the process of being reclaimed, and the major crop for the majority of the history of the Delta, actually, yeah, you could say this, the majority of the Delta's human history, the major crop was wheat. This entire region, the Delta Valley, roughly the trapezoid between Davis and Woodland and Sacramento, Stockton, Modesto, to Patterson, Tracy, and back up. The primary crops were wheat and other grains and cereals, which were primarily sold to a company called Sperry Flour Products, which was headquartered in Stockton from 1858 through the 1920s. And they were the first transnational corporation in this area. They would merge in 1927 with a company in Minnesota to form General Mills. And so really for the majority of the 1800s of the settled, in which time period this area was settled, this was a predominantly wheat-based agricultural zone.
Yeah, I know you mentioned it prior to this, but I didn't know that Sperry's Flouring Mills joined to create General Mills. It's kind of incredible to think that Stockton was connected to such a well-known company.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, the last question that I have for you is, who built the agriculture system of the Delta?
Yeah, so, and this is, I think there's two ways to answer this. There's the question of the agriburban, the labor system that's really critical, but there's also the operational side of what crops were being used, the industrial nature of agriculture, the reclamation districts that dealt with the environmental problems of the Delta with regards to water access, and then of course logistics. So as I mentioned earlier, in the 1850s and 1860s, there were a series of federal and state laws that were passed to essentially declare the Delta a federal or a national swampland, and then later to deregulate the sale of that national swampland. And by 1868, there were small farmers in Sacramento and Stockton who were purchasing land in what we now refer to as the Delta, which was a large tule and swampy marsh. In the 1870s and 1880s, there was a flood of capital to this region from San Francisco and also from Stockton and Sacramento in order to reclaim the Delta. And of course, these capitalists who are largely white, many of whom had never set foot in the Delta, weren't going to do the work. And so they hired mostly Chinese men from Taishan province or Taishan commandery in Guangdong, who were here to build the railroads and had originally come for the gold rush. And they were mostly Chinese single men who formed bucket brigades. And their role was instrumental in the creation of what we refer to as the Delta, where from the 1870s through the late 1880s, they would live in camps throughout the Delta, and they were paid oftentimes, slave wages, to use shovels and wheelbarrows to literally dredge the delta by hand. And it wasn't until the 1890s that you start to see widespread mechanical dredges to actually build the levees and drain the swamp, as it were, mechanically. And and of course, the crop that was planted was wheat predominantly. The Chinese labor force would eventually create the backbone and the master plan for agriculture in the Delta and also throughout the entirety of Central Valley, where you had a large labor force of mostly single migrant men who were paid minimal wages and allowed to live in small towns, so labor camps or campos, that would essentially do all the harvest and all the hard work of the farm. And I think it's important to recognize that. And after the Chinese communities eventually, as a result of alien land laws, were forced out of owning that land and moved into downtown, in the downtowns of Stockton and Sacramento and San Francisco, you had large numbers of people from Japan first, and then Italy and Greece and Lebanon, and then later from the Basque lands, and also in the early 20th century, people from Punjab, people of predominantly Sikh descent. And then later in the 1920s, 30s, large numbers of people of Filipino descent. And after the advent of the Bracero program in the 1940s, predominantly people of Hispanic descent coming to California, coming to the Delta to work in this incredible industrial system where mostly young men, but also older men, were essentially forced through labor segregation to work in the fields, harvesting crops, but also doing things like fertilizing or sulfur dusting, et cetera, depending on the crop itself, in exchange for low wages. And that's kind of the labor history of the Delta. From an industrial history, the Chinese epic of the 1860s, 1870s, and 1880s in the Delta of reclaiming the land really allowed for the intensification of agriculture, where between the reclamation and the control of the waters, but also the navigability of the waters, really allowed for the Delta to become very specialized with regards to what types of agriculture you see. And that led to things like asparagus and peaches and pears and dry beans and tomatoes and beets becoming really important crops in different areas of the Delta. And as those crops became specialized, you saw industrialization with the development of different types of harvesters and tractors, which then of course allows for intensification and then higher crop yields, which allows for things like trucks and trains and barges to become really economically viable as a transportation system. So you kind of have two different lenses where you look at the labor history of the Delta and how the agricultural system was built versus how do the farms actually operate.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. I just wanted to do a time check. It's 7:41, so we have about 19 minutes left. And with that, thank you all so much, everybody on the panel, for speaking. I'm going to pass it back to Sarah. And I think that we're going to do some questions and then after that, go into closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mariah, and thank you, Philip, for that breakdown. These pictures are amazing. I'm actually going to be switching the gears a little bit because there is an issue that is coming up, and I believe some of our panelists were able to discuss about it a little bit, but one of the more current issues that we're facing with Restore the Delta and in the Valley is the talk about the Delta Conveyance Project. So one of the questions that constantly comes to mind is if it's bad for the Delta. And I'll ensure yes. If some of you don't know, the Delta Conveyance Project is a project where in my left image here shows the 3 different locations where DWR would be removing water and bringing it down to the Harvey O. Banks pumping plant and the Bethany complex as well. And ultimately, as we mentioned before, the flow from the Sacramento River will be cut in half from going down to the San Francisco Bay. With the lack of flow and the sea level rise, it would create an environment which salinity will increase and leak into the prime farmland. This will cause the rich peat soils to harden and reduce its porous quality, and it also keeps seeds from sprouting. Root burn would be seen in the crops too, and the reduce of water intake to the crops would happen as well. Not to mention that HABs would increase, and along with the water temperature increasing as well. Putting that $5.2 billion of economic output that we were talking about earlier in jeopardy, and also making it harder for everybody in the valley to be able to obtain local fresh food even more. We do urge you all to keep educated on the matter and to talk about it with your close family and friends, and to keep them in the know, and so that we can push to not have this $16 billion project built, so that our generation and others get to enjoy farming in the Delta. With that, I will move over to our final question to all of my panelists. And of course, if you guys have any questions, we will definitely get to them at the end of the presentation. And if we don't get to them, we will leave our emails at the very end, and you guys can always email us to get further information on that as well. So to the panelists, I want to ask, in the last 2 years, the disconnect from nature increased, mental health decreased, and the quality of food has also decreased. How has being connected with agriculture helped you combat these changes? Let's start out with Gabby. Sorry to pick on you, but you're the first one on my list.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate a chance to discuss this. I think personally, with the beginning of the pandemic and how the world just seemed like it was in utter chaos, being able to go out to the farm and spend time in the sunshine and get connected with the food that I'm eating has been really great for my personal mental health. And I would encourage any of the participants here today, if you're curious whether or not you have experience, there's always space for you to kind of learn more and be committed to these different organizations. And it always feels good to be helping your community. So it's a two-way road there.
Thank you. Thank you. Sam, what's your input on it?
Throughout COVID, I really struggled with, obviously everyone had quite a hard time. And I think I kind of discovered that I really had an interest in agriculture, because I would spend to find a good headspace, I would go outside and spend more time outside. And it really increased my interest in plants, in agriculture entirely. I think it really does help being rooted in reality, getting off your phone, getting out of your house a little bit, just having like a little break, and just being in nature will shift your mindset. Even if you're just walking, even if you're just sitting outside drinking coffee, like it really does help you a lot. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And what about you, Nick?
From March 2020 to February 2022, I was sitting where I am right now at this desk in my kitchen, running teacher trainings and doing curriculum development. And then in February 2020, I took a job that brought me out to Stockton and has me out at the farm in South Stockton most days of the week. And I can say the change for me personally has just been drastic. It's so incredible to be outside, getting sunshine, breathing fresh air, just engaging with the real world, and also having a chance to do work that has a tangible result, and to do something with my hands where I can see what has happened and to appreciate that work, that output. I'll also just say in the past couple months, having students out to the farm who have maybe never been to a farm before, or never been on a space where they can feel that sense of abundance. walking a group of students into an orchard of peach trees and encouraging them to fill their baskets and say, yes, fill that bag all the way to the top and then take another bag so that you can have one for your aunt and uncle too. It's really joyous. And I think, yeah, as everyone else has said, it's just an amazing thing to be connected to the natural world through agriculture. And I just want to echo what Gabby said. Please do reach out, be connected, come out and visit our farm. I know we have the flyer later, but I'll just say right now, this Saturday, we're having a public event from 8 a.m. to noon. It's our Fall Harvest Festival. We'll have a produce giveaway. We'll have apple tastings. We'll have a cooking demonstration. There will be a pumpkin patch. You can take home a pumpkin. You can hop up on the tractor and get a photo of you sitting on our tractor. So come out to the farm at 466 South Ventura, and they'll show the flyer later.
Yes.
Sorry for the long answer.
No, you're good. What about you, Philip?
Yes, I think there's extraordinary power in being connected to who we are as human beings. And most of human history has involved agriculture or foraging from the land. And I think that COVID was kind of this maximalist, dive into technology, where all of us were stuck on our phones and our computers and on Zoom, and ordering from Grubhub, or some, or not, potentially going to the grocery store for some. But I think that being connected to our foodways, and as others were saying, whether that's thinking about our ancestors who have worked the land and been agrarian, or working the hands ourselves, or people such as myself who study agriculture and study the history of agriculture. There's a lot of power and also mental wellness and calm that comes from knowing where your food comes from and your role in that process and how you can make that healthier.
I agree with everything you just said. And finally, Ahmed, what is your main reason?
Yeah, echoing the same. There is something about being involved in nature and natural processes, even short of that. But when you literally have your hands in the field or the pot or grow bag or bale of hay, because you can grow in a lot of different mediums, especially in terms of urban. There's a sort of magic. It's kind of one of those terms, but there is something serendipitous and also very informative, because farming is not, well, I'll say what it is. It's very science-based. You're a bit of a scientist, you're a bit of a veterinarian, you're a botanist, you're all of these things. And for me, as a lifelong learner, it's one of the things that I really appreciate, because I am that geek. I love to learn and know stuff, but I'm also a huge nature nerd. So for me, it's been the best space to be in. It brings together everything I love to do: deep research and applied learning. So I love it.
Yes, I agree. And yeah, it is magical. I like the term.
Yeah, I just feel like it might not translate, but I think we have some good spirit folks here from the vibe. So
for sure. And I believe that concludes our questions. So does anyone in the audience want to voice any questions they may have? If you want, you guys can raise your hand, and then maybe Mariah and Sam can help me find those who have any questions.
Yeah, a question I see in the chat that I see is mental health decreased or increased?
Mental health decreased for sure, especially when we were inside for so many hours. I know personally, I was inside my house for 3 months straight during COVID, and I had a little bit of cabin fever, and I think I walked my dogs like 11 times once. That was pretty bad. And now we do farming, so it's a lot better on my mental health, and anxiety and panic attacks are completely gone. And that is just one of the many things that come with being a farmer.
And I know I had another question come in earlier. Let me find it real quick. Actually, I have a hand raised, and I believe that's, where did it go? Malcolm, if you want, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, what's your question, Malcolm?
Hi, I wrote this question in the chat earlier, so it might be one of the things you're looking for. But I just wanted to know if any of the urban farmers here, or farmers in general here, have explored like the heat and drought tolerant like native plants as food sources, and like what their thoughts are on all that. It's some work that I find really exciting. Obviously, it would have to be coupled with like care and compassion for indigenous communities and kind of indigenous food sovereignty as well. But yeah, I'm curious to hear what people are thinking about all that, and if they are thinking about it. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah. I definitely am. I am looking at NCAT, N as in Nancy, and cat like the animal. Believe it's North Carolina something. And they have this resource on high heat or high humidity, drought tolerance. It's a series. I'm looking at a lot of that for thinking through land purchasing. A lot of what was mentioned earlier, there's a huge groundwater issue in San Joaquin County all over. So that's how I was made aware of it. And I really love your answer. It demonstrates what I love to see, inclusion and consideration. So if you would like, I can share those out to you too. I've already got your contacts, so I'll send them out if you give me the okay.
Yes, please. Sorry, guys, due to the lack of time, I have to move along, but at the end of the presentation, everybody's email will be included. Here are the 2 flyers we were talking about for the fall harvest that's going to go on Edible Schoolyard, along with a couple of the farm stands that will be hosted by Black urban farmers. One is on October 15th, which is this Saturday, the 19th, and the 17th of December. And along with that, if you ever want to volunteer at either of the farms we presented, here are those scan codes. If you scan them, you can go into their website and sign up. Again, all of this is going to be emailed as well. And finally, here's the best way to contact any of the panelists here today. So yeah, everybody on here has given up their email. I'll leave it on for a couple minutes in case some of you guys want to take a picture, just so everyone can have it. Yeah. And I believe that concludes our presentation tonight, guys. Thank you again, everyone who came out tonight. I do have a couple closing comments. Now that we're done with the whole symposium, thank you all again for coming out tonight. Thank you, panelists and mediators. We would like to be able to do this. We wouldn't have been able to do this without you guys. And tomorrow's agenda will cover various topics in some break rooms. But before that, some major takeaways we would like for you guys to think about before tomorrow is that current climate programs from the state do not address total delta needs from the climate changes, impacts, and neglect flood or H2O quality changes. And Spencer was great to also let us know about the HABs that that without flow, we need to support reductions in greenhouse gases and emissions to protect the delta. Here in Sustainable Ag, we are all trying to make healthier, much better choices in what we put on our lands and along with how much we water. So tomorrow we would have presentations from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Breakout rooms will consist of fisheries, salinity, and public processes and tribal historical communities. And then from 6 to 7, there are 2 breakout rooms from EJ communities and Delta planning presentations will go on, while the other breakout room will have public access and recreation challenges. Mariah, did I miss anything?
No, I think we're good. Thank you everyone for joining us this evening, and we will see you all tomorrow.